There are burdens the body can carry for a while, but the burdens of the mind are different. They follow you into quiet rooms. They sit beside you in moments that should feel peaceful. They wait for you at night when the world finally slows down and there is nowhere left to run. Most people do not realize how heavy their mind has become until they remember what it feels like to be light. The endless thinking, the old regrets, the conversations that replay themselves over and over, the worries about tomorrow, the pressure to figure everything out. Little by little, these invisible weights begin to collect. Not all at once, not in one dramatic moment, but quietly, year after year. And eventually, many people begin carrying emotional burdens that no longer belong to them. The Stoics understood something that most of us were never taught. They knew that peace does not come from controlling life. It comes from learning what deserves your attention and what deserves your release. They knew that the mind becomes exhausted, not because life is difficult, but because we keep carrying things long after their purpose has ended. Tonight is not about fixing everything. It is not about becoming a different person by morning. It is not about finding the perfect answer to every question that lives inside your head. Instead, this is an invitation to set things down, to loosen your grip on what cannot be changed, to stop fighting battles that only exist inside your thoughts, to allow your mind to rest from the constant effort of carrying yesterday, managing today, and worrying about tomorrow all at the same time. Over the next 4 hours, you will discover timeless Stoic wisdom designed to help the mind breathe again. Not through force, not through struggle, but through understanding. Because sometimes the greatest transformation is not adding something new to your life. It is finally releasing what was never yours to carry. And if you allow yourself to listen closely tonight, you may discover something surprising. Beneath the noise, beneath the pressure, beneath the endless stream of thoughts, there is a quieter version of you waiting patiently to emerge, a calmer mind, a lighter heart, a deeper sense of peace. And by morning, you may wake up feeling as though years of invisible weight have finally begun to fall away. As you begin to settle into this quieter space, something important starts to become visible. Many of the burdens we carry are not created by the events themselves. They are created by the struggle we have with those events. And once you understand this difference, a great deal of unnecessary suffering begins to loosen its grip. There is a hidden reason so many people feel mentally exhausted, even when nothing dramatic is happening in their lives. The reason is not always the problem. Often, it is the fight against the problem. Most people spend years believing that difficult events are what drain them. A disappointment happens, a loss occurs, a mistake is made, someone says something hurtful, a plan falls apart. Naturally, these experiences create discomfort. That part is unavoidable, but what truly wears down the mind is what happens afterward. The mind begins arguing with reality. It says, "This should not have happened." It says things should be different. It replays the event over and over, searching for a different outcome that no longer exists. And while reality has already moved forward, the mind stays behind, locked in a battle it cannot win. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew there is a difference between pain and resistance. Pain is often unavoidable. Resistance is optional. Pain comes from life. Resistance comes from refusing to accept that life has already happened. Think about how much energy is consumed wishing the past had been different. People spend years replaying conversations they cannot change. They mentally rewrite decisions that were made long ago. They imagine alternative timelines where everything worked out perfectly. Yet none of this changes what already exists. It only keeps the wound active. It is like carrying a heavy suitcase everywhere you go because you dislike where your journey began. The suitcase never becomes lighter. You simply become more tired. Many people believe acceptance means approval. They think accepting reality means saying that what happened was good, but that is not what the Stoics taught. Acceptance simply means seeing clearly. It means acknowledging what is already true. It means stopping the argument with facts. If it rained today, it rained. If someone left, they left. If a mistake was made, it was made. Reality does not become lighter because we resist it. It becomes heavier. The strange thing is that resistance often disguises itself as productivity. The mind convinces itself that constant thinking is helping. It says, if I keep analyzing this, I will eventually feel better. If I keep worrying, I will prevent future problems. If I keep revisiting this memory, I will finally find peace. But many thoughts are not solving anything. They are simply circling. Like a wheel spinning in mud, they create movement without progress. This is why some people feel exhausted after doing nothing physically demanding. Their body may have been resting all day, but their mind has been fighting reality for hours. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that suffering often comes not from events, but from our judgments about them. This insight changes everything. It means that while we cannot always control what happens, we can learn to stop adding unnecessary layers of struggle. A person loses an opportunity. One response is disappointment followed by acceptance. Another response is years of bitterness. The event may be identical, but the experience becomes completely different. The first person feels pain and eventually moves forward. The second person keeps reopening the wound. This is why resistance is so exhausting. It turns temporary pain into a permanent occupation. And resistance is not always loud. Sometimes it appears as quiet resentment. Sometimes it appears as endless worry. Sometimes it appears as a refusal to forgive. Sometimes it appears as the belief that life owes us a different story. Yet every form of resistance demands energy. Every form requires constant mental effort. Acceptance, on the other hand, requires far less energy than most people realize. Acceptance says, "This happened." Acceptance says, "I do not have to like it." Acceptance says, "I do not have to celebrate it, but I no longer need to fight what is already true." There is tremendous freedom in reaching that point. The moment you stop arguing with reality, you reclaim energy that has been trapped for years. The mind becomes quieter. The body relaxes. The future begins to feel possible again. You stop carrying yesterday into every tomorrow. And perhaps that is one of the greatest lessons the Stoics ever discovered. Life is difficult enough without fighting what already exists. The storm itself may be unavoidable, but exhausting yourself by arguing with the weather is a choice. Tonight, as you continue to let go of old burdens, consider this question gently. What part of your exhaustion comes not from the problem itself, but from the battle you have been fighting against reality? Because sometimes the first step toward feeling years lighter is not solving the problem. It is finally laying down the struggle. As the struggle against reality begins to loosen, another hidden source of mental weight comes into view. Some burdens do not come from what happened. They come from what was never fully expressed. They live quietly beneath the surface, occupying space in the mind long after the moment itself has passed. There are conversations that end with words, and there are conversations that never truly end at all. A person may leave your life years ago, yet a part of you is still speaking to them inside your mind. A misunderstanding may have happened decades earlier, yet some unfinished feeling continues waiting for a response that never came. The world moves forward, but something inside remains suspended between what was felt and what was never said. This is one of the invisible burdens many people carry without realizing it. Unfinished emotional conversations. These conversations are not always spoken aloud. In fact, most of them are completely silent. They exist in memories, in regrets, in unanswered questions, and in emotions that never found a place to rest. A child who never heard the words, "I am proud of you." A parent who passed away before an apology was given. A friendship that ended without explanation. A relationship that closed physically but never closed emotionally. These experiences do not simply disappear because time passes. The mind often keeps them active, revisiting them again and again, hoping to reach a resolution that reality never provided. The Stoics understood that the mind seeks completion. It wants clarity. It wants understanding. It wants the story to make sense. But life does not always offer neat endings. Many people spend years waiting for a conversation that will never happen. They wait for someone to admit they were wrong. They wait for recognition. They wait for validation. They wait for justice. They wait for closure. And while they wait, a portion of their mental energy remains tied to an event that belongs to the past. This creates a subtle but constant drain on the mind. Not because the memory itself is powerful, but because the emotional process was never completed internally. The mind keeps returning to unfinished emotional experiences because it believes there is still work left to do. It keeps asking questions. Why did they do that? What should I have said? What would have happened if I had acted differently? Did they ever understand how much they hurt me? These questions can remain active for years, sometimes for decades, and the longer they remain unanswered, the more space they occupy. What makes this especially difficult is that many people do not recognize what is happening. They simply notice a lingering heaviness, a certain sadness, a recurring memory, a feeling that something inside never fully settled. The source is often an emotional conversation that never reached completion. But here is the deeper truth. Closure rarely comes from another person. It comes from the relationship you create with the memory itself. Many people believe peace will arrive when someone finally gives them the explanation they deserve. Yet countless people receive explanations and still remain trapped. Others never receive any explanation and eventually find freedom. The difference is not what the other person provides. The difference is what happens inside. The Stoics taught that peace depends less on controlling external events and more on mastering our internal responses. This wisdom becomes especially important when dealing with unfinished emotional experiences, because there are moments when life simply refuses to provide answers. Sometimes people leave without explanation. Sometimes apologies never come. Sometimes misunderstandings remain unresolved. Sometimes the people we most want to speak with are no longer here. If peace depends entirely on external resolution, then peace remains permanently outside our control. The Stoic path offers something different. It asks us to become willing to finish certain conversations within ourselves, not through denial, not through pretending nothing happened, but through acceptance, understanding, and release. This requires courage because unfinished emotions often contain pain we have spent years avoiding: grief, disappointment, abandonment, rejection, betrayal. Many people stay mentally connected to old experiences because they fear what will happen if they fully feel them. But emotions that are avoided rarely disappear. They simply remain stored beneath awareness, quietly influencing thoughts, moods, and behaviors. The mind continues carrying them because they were never properly acknowledged. This is why emotional healing often begins with honesty. Not honesty about other people, honesty about ourselves. What did this experience actually make me feel? What am I still holding on to? What part of this story am I unwilling to release? These questions open doors that avoidance keeps closed. And once those doors begin opening, something remarkable happens. The emotional conversation starts moving again. Energy that has been frozen for years begins flowing. The mind no longer needs to revisit the same memory with the same urgency. The burden starts becoming lighter, not because the past changed, but because the relationship to the past changed. This is one of the greatest forms of freedom available to us. To stop waiting for life to complete every unfinished chapter. To stop placing our peace in the hands of people who may never provide what we seek. To realize that some conversations end not with answers, but with acceptance. And tonight, as you continue letting go of what has weighed upon your mind, consider how much space may still be occupied by words never spoken, feelings never expressed, and endings that never arrived. Because sometimes the mind does not need another conversation. Sometimes it simply needs permission to finally let the conversation end. As unfinished emotional conversations begin to lose their hold on the mind, another burden often reveals itself underneath. It is a burden so common that many people carry it their entire lives without ever questioning it. The exhausting need to explain themselves, to be understood by everyone, to correct every false impression, to make sure nobody thinks the wrong thing about them. Yet this burden quietly steals more peace than most people realize. Few things drain the mind more than trying to control what exists inside someone else's head. A misunderstanding happens. Someone interprets your actions incorrectly. Someone assumes your motives. Someone tells a story about you that is incomplete. Someone forms an opinion that does not match reality, and immediately the mind feels pulled into action. It wants to explain. It wants to defend. It wants to correct. It wants to make everything clear. At first, this seems reasonable. After all, nobody enjoys being misunderstood. Human beings naturally want fairness. We want others to see who we truly are. We want our intentions recognized. We want our actions interpreted accurately. But there is a hidden trap inside this desire. The moment your peace becomes dependent upon everyone understanding you correctly, your peace becomes impossible to maintain. The Stoics understood that every human being sees the world through their own experiences, fears, beliefs, expectations, and biases. This means that no matter how carefully you explain yourself, people will still interpret you through the lens of their own mind. Two people can witness the same event and walk away with completely different conclusions. One sees kindness, another sees weakness. One sees confidence, another sees arrogance. One sees honesty, another sees criticism. The event remains the same, yet the interpretations multiply endlessly. This is why trying to manage other people's opinions becomes such a heavy burden. It places your emotional well-being in a space you can never fully control. The Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that people will think what they think. They will judge according to their understanding. They will misunderstand according to their limitations. And none of this changes what is actually true. This realization creates enormous freedom, because many people spend years fighting battles that exist only in the minds of others. They replay conversations trying to find better explanations. They lose sleep, wondering what someone thinks of them. They craft endless defenses against accusations that may not even matter. They become emotional managers of other people's perceptions, and it never ends. The more they explain, the more explanations seem necessary. The more they defend, the more defense becomes a habit. The more they seek approval, the more approval becomes a need. Soon they are living not according to their own values, but according to the reactions of others. This creates a subtle form of imprisonment. Your life becomes organized around maintaining an image instead of living a truth. The exhausting part is that opinions are constantly changing. Someone praises you today and criticizes you tomorrow. Someone admires you in one season and misunderstands you in the next. Someone believes a rumor despite years of evidence to the contrary. If your emotional stability depends on these shifting perceptions, your peace becomes fragile. The Stoics encouraged something radically different. Instead of focusing on reputation, focus on character. Reputation belongs to others. Character belongs to you. Reputation is unstable. Character is steady. Reputation depends upon external judgment. Character depends upon internal choices. This distinction changes everything. When you know who you are, the need to constantly prove yourself begins to weaken, not because misunderstandings stop happening, but because misunderstandings lose their power. You stop seeing every false assumption as an emergency. You stop treating every criticism as a threat. You stop believing that every opinion requires a response. Many people feel surprised when they discover how much energy they have spent trying to manage perceptions. Energy that could have gone into growth. Energy that could have gone into relationships. Energy that could have gone into joy. Instead, it was spent chasing explanations. There is a deep wisdom in recognizing that some people are committed to misunderstanding you, not because you failed to explain clearly, but because their conclusions serve their own needs, beliefs, or expectations. No amount of explanation can force someone to see differently if they have already chosen their perspective. This can feel frustrating at first. Then it becomes liberating. Because the moment you stop trying to control their view, you reclaim control of your own life. The need to be understood by everyone slowly fades. The need to be approved by everyone loses its urgency. The need to correct every misconception becomes less important. You begin asking a different question. Not, what do they think about me? But, am I living according to my values? That question leads inward rather than outward. And inward is where lasting peace is found. This does not mean becoming indifferent to all feedback. Wisdom still listens. Wisdom still learns. Wisdom still accepts correction when correction is needed. But wisdom also knows when enough has been said. Wisdom knows when explaining becomes pleading. Wisdom knows when defending becomes self-abandonment. Wisdom knows when silence is stronger than another argument. There is remarkable peace in allowing some misunderstandings to exist, not because they are pleasant, not because they are fair, but because your life becomes larger than the opinions surrounding it. You stop carrying the impossible responsibility of controlling how every person interprets you. You allow people to have their thoughts. You allow reality to speak through your actions over time, and you free yourself from a burden that was never truly yours to carry. Tonight, as the mind continues becoming lighter, consider how much energy has been spent managing perceptions, defending intentions, and correcting misunderstandings. Because one of the quietest forms of freedom is realizing that not everyone must understand you for you to be at peace. Sometimes peace begins the moment you stop explaining and simply continue living your truth. As the need to manage other people's opinions begins to fade, another layer of mental weight often rises to the surface. This burden does not come from what others think about us. It comes from what we think about ourselves. It comes from old mistakes, old decisions, old responsibilities, and the silent belief that we still owe something to a version of the past that no longer exists. Many people spend years carrying debts that can never actually be paid. There is a type of debt that does not appear on any bank statement. It has no monthly payment, no interest rate, no official record, yet it quietly consumes enormous amounts of emotional energy. This is mental debt, the debt of guilt, the debt of regret, the debt of believing you should have known better, the debt of constantly replaying old mistakes as if punishing yourself will somehow change what happened. Most people are familiar with this burden, A decision made years ago still creates discomfort. A missed opportunity still feels unfinished. A mistake continues to visit the mind long after everyone else has forgotten it. A person lies awake thinking about words they wish they had said differently, moments they wish they had handled better, chances they wish they had taken. The strange thing is that the event itself may be long gone, yet the mind continues making payments to it. The Stoics recognized that one of the greatest obstacles to peace is becoming emotionally trapped inside a past that cannot be altered. Regret often disguises itself as wisdom. The mind says, "I am learning from my mistakes." But many times, learning has already happened. The lesson was learned years ago. What remains is not growth. What remains is self-punishment. There is an important difference between reflection and rumination. Reflection teaches. Rumination tortures. Reflection asks, "What can I learn from this?" Rumination asks, "How many times can I relive this?" Reflection creates wisdom. Rumination creates exhaustion. Unfortunately, many people confuse the two. They believe that repeatedly revisiting old failures is somehow responsible or productive. In reality, they are simply reopening wounds that have already taught them everything they needed to know. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that the past is beyond control. No amount of thinking can rewrite it. No amount of guilt can edit it. No amount of self-criticism can reverse it. The event has already entered history. The only thing still active is our relationship to the memory. Yet guilt often convinces us otherwise. It tells us that if we keep suffering long enough, we will somehow make things right. But suffering is not always the same as responsibility. This is a lesson many people never fully learn. Healthy responsibility says, "I made a mistake. I will learn. I will improve." Unhealthy guilt says, "I made a mistake. Therefore, I deserve to suffer forever." One path leads toward growth. The other leads toward emotional imprisonment. The Stoics encouraged accountability, but they rejected unnecessary self-condemnation. They understood that every human being operates with limited knowledge, limited experience, and limited perspective. The person you were 10 years ago could only make decisions using the understanding available at that time. The person you are today possesses knowledge that did not exist back then. This creates a dangerous illusion. You judge your past self using your current wisdom. You expect an earlier version of yourself to know things that only experience could teach. And because that standard is impossible, you keep finding reasons to feel guilty. But wisdom asks a different question, not, "Why didn't I know then what I know now?" but, "What has this experience taught me?" That question creates freedom, because life is not a test where mistakes disqualify you. Life is a classroom where mistakes educate you. Every mistake carries tuition. The problem is that many people keep paying long after the lesson has been completed. Old obligations can create similar burdens. Many people carry invisible responsibilities that no longer belong to them. They feel responsible for everyone else's happiness, responsible for family conflicts, responsible for decisions made by other adults, responsible for circumstances beyond their control. They continue carrying emotional duties that should have been released years ago. The mind becomes crowded with obligations that have no end. This creates a constant feeling of pressure, a sense that something remains unpaid, something remains unfinished, something remains unresolved. Yet often the debt itself is imaginary. The obligation exists only because the mind refuses to update its understanding. The Stoics believed that peace requires separating what belongs to us from what does not. Our actions belong to us. Other people's choices do not. Our intentions belong to us. The outcomes do not always belong to us. Our effort belongs to us. The entire universe does not. Once this distinction becomes clear, many old debts begin losing their power. The mind stops collecting interest on mistakes that can no longer be changed. The heart stops carrying responsibilities that were never truly its own. A surprising amount of emotional freedom comes from simply recognizing that some accounts are already closed. The lesson was learned. The mistake is over. The moment has passed. The debt has been paid. Only the habit of carrying it remains. And tonight, as your mind continues releasing unnecessary burdens, consider whether there are old debts you are still trying to repay. Old regrets, old guilt, old responsibilities, old versions of yourself. Because one of the most powerful acts of Stoic wisdom is realizing that growth does not require endless punishment. Sometimes growth means accepting the lesson, honoring the experience, and finally allowing yourself to move forward. The past has already taken what it needed to teach you. There is no reason to keep paying for it forever. As old mental debts begin to loosen their grip, many people notice something strange. Even after accepting a mistake, even after understanding a painful experience, the mind still finds ways to return to it. A memory appears without invitation. An old conversation suddenly replays. A chapter that seemed finished quietly opens itself once again. And this leaves many people wondering why. Why does the mind keep returning to places it already knows it cannot change? There is a curious habit hidden deep inside human psychology. The mind often revisits closed chapters, not because it enjoys suffering, but because it mistakes familiarity for safety. Even painful memories can become familiar territory. The disappointment you experienced years ago, the relationship that ended, the opportunity that was missed, the betrayal that changed your trust, the failure that damaged your confidence. These experiences may have hurt you, but they also became part of your internal landscape. And the mind has a tendency to return to what it knows. This is why certain memories can feel strangely alive even decades later. Not because they are happening now, but because the mind has built pathways around them through repetition. Every time a memory is revisited, the pathway becomes easier to access. The brain becomes efficient at returning there. Much like walking the same trail through a forest over and over, eventually the path becomes clear and automatic. The Stoics understood something that modern psychology continues to confirm. Attention strengthens whatever it repeatedly touches. What you return to frequently gains influence. What you rehearse mentally becomes easier to rehearse again. This is why some people become trapped in cycles of revisiting old chapters. Not because the event itself refuses to leave, but because the mind has become accustomed to returning there. Many people assume they are searching for answers. Often they are searching for certainty. The mind keeps reopening old chapters because it wants a different ending. It wants the story to feel complete. It wants the discomfort to disappear. It wants to find the missing piece that will finally allow everything to make sense. But life rarely provides perfect conclusions. Many events remain partially unanswered. Some people never explain their actions. Some losses never fully make sense. Some opportunities never return. Some chapters simply end without the closure we hoped for. The mind struggles with this reality. It believes that if it reviews the story one more time, perhaps it will finally discover something it missed. Perhaps this time the puzzle will be solved. Perhaps this time the pain will disappear. Yet the review often changes nothing. The same questions appear. The same conclusions emerge. The same emotions return. And still the mind circles back again. The Stoics would argue that this happens because we confuse understanding with control. We believe that understanding something perfectly will somehow allow us to master it completely. But some experiences can be understood without being controlled. Some experiences can be accepted without being fully explained. This is where true freedom begins, not when every question is answered, but when the need for every answer starts to fade. Another reason the mind reopens closed chapters is identity. Human beings build stories about who they are, and many of those stories become connected to painful events. A person begins seeing themselves as the one who was rejected, the one who failed, the one who was abandoned, the one who missed their chance. The event becomes more than a memory. It becomes part of self-definition. When this happens, letting go of the memory can feel like losing a piece of identity. The mind unconsciously protects the chapter because it believes the chapter explains who you are. But the Stoics repeatedly taught that no single event defines a human life. One mistake is not your identity. One loss is not your identity. One painful season is not your identity. You are larger than any chapter. You are the entire book. Yet many people spend years staring at one page while forgetting the rest of the story. There is another hidden reason these old chapters remain active. The mind often revisits unfinished emotional experiences during moments of uncertainty. When the future feels unclear, the brain sometimes retreats into familiar memories. Even painful memories can feel safer than uncertain possibilities. The past is known. The future is not. So the mind returns to what it already understands. This creates a subtle trap. Instead of engaging with the life unfolding right now, attention becomes trapped inside a life that no longer exists. Energy that could be used for growth becomes invested in review. Energy that could be used for creation becomes invested in replay. Energy that could be used for living becomes invested in remembering. The Stoic solution is not to force memories away. Fighting thoughts often strengthens them. Instead, the Stoics encouraged observation without attachment, to notice a memory without entering it, to acknowledge a thought without following it, to allow the chapter to exist without reopening it. This is a skill that grows through practice. At first, the mind automatically follows every old story. Every memory becomes an invitation. Every recollection becomes a journey back in time. But gradually, something changes. You begin noticing the invitation without accepting it. You see the doorway without walking through it. You recognize the chapter without rereading it. This creates a profound shift. The memory may still appear, but it no longer controls your attention. The chapter remains part of your history. It simply stops becoming your present. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, reflect gently on the chapters you keep reopening, not with judgment, not with frustration, but with curiosity. Because perhaps the reason they keep returning is not that they still need to be solved. Perhaps they are simply habits of attention that have been repeated for so long they now feel automatic. And sometimes healing begins when you stop trying to rewrite the chapter and simply allow yourself to turn the page. As you begin turning the page on old chapters, another habit of the mind starts to reveal itself. This one does not keep you trapped in the past. Instead, it constantly pulls you into the future. It whispers warnings, creates scenarios, and convinces you that peace can only come once every possible problem has been anticipated. Yet for many people, this habit becomes one of the greatest sources of exhaustion they will ever experience. A surprising amount of human suffering comes from events that never actually happen, not real events, imagined events, predicted events, feared events, possible events. The mind has an extraordinary ability to travel into the future. This ability can be useful. It allows us to plan, prepare, and make wise decisions. But there is a point where preparation quietly transforms into something else. Mental rehearsal. The endless practice of future suffering. Most people do not realize they are doing it. They call it being responsible. They call it being prepared. They call it thinking ahead. But beneath the surface, they are repeatedly living through problems that do not yet exist. The mind says, "What if this goes wrong?" Then it creates a scenario. "What if they reject me?" Another scenario appears. "What if I fail?" Another. "What if I lose something important?" Another. Before long, the mind has created an entire collection of future disasters and has begun emotionally experiencing each one. The body often responds as if these imagined situations are happening right now. Heart rate increases, muscles tighten, sleep becomes difficult, stress hormones rise, all because of events that exist nowhere except inside the imagination. The Stoics recognized this tendency thousands of years ago. They understood that human beings often suffer more from anticipation than from reality. Seneca famously observed that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. This insight remains remarkably true. Think about how many situations you worried about intensely that eventually resolved themselves. How many conversations you feared that turned out fine. How many worst-case scenarios never arrived. How many sleepless nights were spent preparing for outcomes that never happened. The mind rarely remembers these victories. Instead, it continues preparing for the next possible threat. This is because the brain evolved to notice danger. Long ago, this helped human beings survive. Those who paid attention to risks were more likely to avoid them. But modern life creates a unique problem. The same survival system that once protected us from physical threats now spends enormous amounts of energy preparing for psychological ones. A difficult meeting, a financial concern, a health worry, a relationship uncertainty. The brain treats these possibilities as problems that require immediate attention. The result is constant mental rehearsal. The mind becomes a theater where future disasters are endlessly practiced. What makes this exhausting is that the rehearsal never reaches completion. If the mind successfully prepares for one scenario, it immediately creates another, then another, then another. There is always one more possibility to consider, one more outcome to analyze, one more threat to anticipate. The finish line never arrives. This is why chronic worry feels so draining. Not because the future is actually dangerous, but because the mind never allows itself to stop preparing. The Stoics offered a powerful alternative. Instead of attempting to control every possible future event, they focused on developing inner readiness. This is an important distinction. Mental rehearsal tries to predict every challenge. Inner readiness builds the strength to face whatever challenge appears. One approach depends on certainty. The other depends on resilience. The first approach says, "I must know what will happen." The second says, "Whatever happens, I will deal with it when it arrives." This shift changes everything, because no amount of mental rehearsal can fully prepare you for life. Reality is too unpredictable, too complex, too creative. Life will always contain surprises. The person who spends years trying to anticipate every possibility remains anxious because complete certainty never arrives. The person who develops trust in their ability to respond becomes calmer because certainty is no longer required. Marcus Aurelius practiced this constantly. He reminded himself that challenges would come. Difficult people would appear. Unexpected events would occur. But he did not spend every hour mentally rehearsing them. Instead, he focused on cultivating wisdom, patience, courage, and self-control. These qualities prepared him better than endless worrying ever could. There is also a hidden cost to mental rehearsal that many people overlook. Every moment spent living in an imagined future is a moment not fully lived in the present. You miss conversations because your attention is elsewhere. You miss opportunities because your mind is busy preparing for problems. You miss peace because you are occupied by possibilities. Life unfolds right in front of you, yet your awareness remains trapped inside scenarios that have never happened. This is not preparation. It is absence. The Stoics believed that true peace comes from meeting reality directly rather than constantly forecasting it. Not because planning is wrong. Planning has value. Wise preparation has value. But there is a difference between creating a plan and repeatedly suffering through imagined outcomes. One creates clarity, the other creates anxiety. The mind becomes lighter when it learns this difference. You begin noticing when preparation has become rehearsal, when planning has become worry, when wisdom has become fear disguised as responsibility. And gradually you stop asking, "What if everything goes wrong?" You begin asking a far more powerful question. What if I am stronger than I think? That question opens a different future. A future based not on fear, but on trust. Not trust that life will always be easy, but trust that you will meet life as it comes. And tonight, as your mind continues releasing unnecessary burdens, notice how many future problems you have already survived in your imagination. Notice how much energy has been spent rehearsing events that never arrived, because one of the greatest forms of freedom is realizing that you do not need to live tomorrow's difficulties today. Tomorrow will bring whatever it brings, and when it arrives, you will meet it then, not now. As the habit of mentally rehearsing future problems begins to fade, something else often comes into focus. Many people discover that they are not only preparing for future difficulties, they are also carrying another exhausting burden every single day. The burden of constantly explaining themselves, constantly defending their decisions, constantly trying to prove that their life choices were justified. And this burden can become heavier than the choices themselves. There comes a point in life when a person realizes something uncomfortable. No matter what you do, someone will disagree. If you pursue your dreams, someone will say you are unrealistic. If you choose security, someone will say you lack courage. If you focus on your family, someone will question your ambition. If you focus on your work, someone will question your priorities. If you speak up, someone will criticize your words. If you remain silent, someone will criticize your silence. The mind often responds to this reality by entering a lifelong habit of self-defense. It begins building arguments, explanations, justifications, proof, evidence. It constantly prepares a case for why its choices make sense. At first, this seems harmless. After all, everyone wants to feel understood. Everyone wants to feel respected. Everyone wants their decisions to be seen fairly. But over time, something strange happens. You stop living your life and start defending it. The Stoics understood that one of the quickest ways to lose peace is to place your self-worth in the hands of public approval. The moment your choices require constant validation from others, your emotional freedom begins to disappear. Because validation is unpredictable. Some people will support you, others will criticize you. Some will understand your reasons, others will never make the effort. Some will admire your path, others will judge it. And if your peace depends on convincing every person that you are right, peace becomes impossible. Marcus Aurelius ruled one of the most powerful empires in history, yet he constantly reminded himself that criticism was unavoidable. People misunderstood him, questioned him, judged him, just as they judge everyone else. His solution was not to spend his life defending himself. His solution was to focus on living according to his values. This is where true freedom begins. The need to justify every decision often comes from fear, the fear of being wrong, the fear of disappointing people, the fear of rejection, the fear of losing approval, the fear of being misunderstood. These fears convince us that we must constantly explain ourselves, that we must provide evidence for every choice, that we must persuade everyone around us to agree. But there is a hidden cost. Every explanation demands energy. Every defense requires attention. Every attempt to control how others perceive your choices creates emotional strain. Eventually, life begins feeling like a courtroom, and you become both the defendant and the lawyer, always presenting arguments, always building a case, always seeking approval from an audience that never stops changing. The exhausting part is that no explanation is ever enough. If someone is determined to disagree, they will find reasons. If someone wants to misunderstand, they will. If someone is committed to their opinion, your explanation may change nothing. This is one of the hardest truths to accept. Not everyone will approve of your life. Not everyone will understand your journey. Not everyone will agree with your choices. And none of this means you are on the wrong path. The Stoics believed that your responsibility is not to control opinions. Your responsibility is to act with integrity. There is a profound difference between the two. Integrity asks, am I being honest with myself? Approval asks, do they agree with me? Integrity asks, am I living according to my values? Approval asks, do they like my choices? Integrity is internal. Approval is external. One creates stability, the other creates dependence. Many people spend years chasing external agreement because they secretly hope it will remove uncertainty. They think that if enough people approve, they will finally feel confident. But confidence built on approval remains fragile. The moment approval disappears, confidence disappears with it. True confidence develops differently. It grows when you learn to trust your own judgment, not because you are always right, but because you are willing to learn, adjust, and continue moving forward without requiring constant permission. The older and wiser people become, the more they understand a simple truth. Every life looks obvious from the outside, complicated from the inside. Others see your choices without seeing your experiences. They see your decisions without seeing your struggles. They see your outcomes without seeing your sacrifices. They judge chapters they never lived through. This is why seeking complete understanding from everyone is such a losing battle. No one has access to your full story except you. And once you accept this, something begins to relax inside. You stop feeling responsible for managing every opinion. You stop feeling obligated to justify every decision. You stop carrying the impossible burden of making everyone comfortable with your life. There is remarkable peace in simply allowing people to think what they think, not because their opinions are always fair, not because their judgments are always accurate, but because your life becomes too valuable to spend defending it. The energy that once went into explanation becomes available for growth. The attention that once went into justification becomes available for living. The peace that was trapped inside endless arguments finally begins to return. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, consider how much energy has been spent defending choices that have already been made. Choices about your career, your relationships, your failures, your successes, your path, because one of the greatest freedoms available to any human being is realizing that you do not need universal approval to live an authentic life. At some point, wisdom stops explaining. Wisdom stops arguing. Wisdom stops defending and simply continues walking its chosen path, quietly, confidently, and in peace. As the need to defend your life choices begins to fade, another subtle burden often remains. It is a burden carried by countless people who are convinced that healing cannot begin until they receive one final answer, one final conversation, one final explanation that will make everything make sense. Yet this search often becomes the very thing that prevents peace from arriving. There is a quiet trap that many people fall into without realizing it. They tell themselves they will move on when they get closure, when the apology comes, when the explanation arrives, when the other person finally understands, when the truth becomes clear, when the unanswered questions are finally resolved. Until then, they keep waiting. And while they wait, life continues moving forward. Years pass, seasons change. New opportunities appear, yet a part of their mind remains standing at the door of an old chapter, hoping someone will come back and explain everything. The Stoics understood something that can feel difficult to accept at first. Life rarely provides perfect endings. Stories often end without explanation. People leave without saying what we hoped they would say. Relationships end without complete understanding. Opportunities disappear without giving us a final lesson. Loss arrives without asking permission, and many of the questions we carry never receive satisfying answers. The mind struggles with this reality because it loves certainty. It wants complete understanding. It wants every loose end tied together. It wants the emotional equivalent of a finished puzzle. But life is not designed that way. Many pieces remain missing. And healing often begins when we stop demanding that every piece be found. The search for closure becomes exhausting because it places peace in the future. The mind says, I will be okay when they apologize, when they admit what they did, when I understand why it happened, when I get one more conversation, when I finally know the truth. The problem is that these conditions may never be met, and if healing depends entirely on them, healing remains permanently delayed. This creates a painful form of emotional waiting. The person is physically present in today's life, but emotionally attached to yesterday's unanswered questions. Part of them keeps looking backward, part of them keeps hoping, part of them keeps searching. The Stoics would gently ask a powerful question: what if the closure you seek is not coming? Not as a punishment, not because you do not deserve it, but because life simply does not owe every question an answer. This realization feels uncomfortable at first. Then it becomes liberating. Because the moment you stop demanding closure from the outside world, you begin discovering closure within yourself. Many people assume closure is something another person gives them. In reality, closure is often a decision to stop waiting, a decision to stop reopening the same wound, a decision to stop making your peace dependent on someone else's actions. This does not mean pretending nothing happened. It does not mean suppressing emotions. It does not mean denying pain. The Stoics never encouraged denial. They encouraged acceptance. And acceptance is very different. Acceptance says this happened. Acceptance says, I may never fully understand why. Acceptance says, I may never receive the explanation I wanted. Acceptance says, I may never hear the words I hope to hear, but I refuse to place my entire future on hold because of it. There is tremendous strength in reaching this point, because many people spend years waiting for emotional permission to move forward. Permission from people who are no longer present. Permission from situations that no longer exist. Permission from a past that cannot answer. Meanwhile, life keeps offering new experiences, new relationships, new opportunities, new wisdom. But the mind remains focused on obtaining closure before allowing itself to fully live again. The hidden danger is that closure becomes an illusion. The mind convinces itself that one more answer will solve everything, Yet even when answers arrive, they often fail to create the peace people expected. Someone explains why they left. The pain remains. Someone apologizes. The loss remains. Someone finally tells the truth. The hurt remains. Because the deepest healing was never dependent upon information. It was dependent upon acceptance. Acceptance is what allows emotional energy to move again. Acceptance is what frees attention from endless searching. Acceptance is what allows life to become larger than the unanswered question. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus on what is within his control. This wisdom becomes especially valuable here. You cannot control whether another person explains themselves. You cannot control whether someone admits fault. You cannot control whether life provides complete understanding, but you can control whether you continue waiting. You can control whether you continue reopening the wound. You can control whether your future remains tied to an unanswered past. This is where freedom begins. Not when every mystery is solved, not when every conversation is completed, not when every loose end is tied, but when you realize that your peace is no longer dependent upon those things. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, consider the questions you have been carrying, the answers you have been waiting for, the closure you have been seeking, because perhaps the healing you need is not hiding inside one final explanation. Perhaps it is hiding inside your willingness to stop waiting for one. Sometimes the chapter ends without perfect closure, and sometimes true peace begins the moment you decide that is enough. As the search for emotional closure begins to loosen its hold, another source of hidden suffering often becomes visible. It is so common that most people mistake it for normal thinking. They rarely question it. They rarely notice its influence. Yet it quietly shapes how they experience nearly every part of life. It is the habit of expecting life to unfold according to a script. And when reality refuses to follow that script, the mind begins to suffer. Few things create more emotional exhaustion than the gap between what is and what we believe should be. Most people carry invisible expectations everywhere they go. They expect certain relationships to last forever. They expect hard work to always be rewarded. They expect good people to be treated fairly. They expect others to understand them. They expect plans to unfold smoothly. They expect life to make sense. These expectations often feel harmless. In fact, many of them seem reasonable. The problem is not having preferences. The problem begins when preferences become demands. When the mind stops saying, "I would like this to happen," and starts saying, "This must happen." That small shift changes everything. Because reality has never promised to obey our expectations. The Stoics understood this deeply. They observed that much of human suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the collision between reality and expectation. The event happens. Then the mind compares it to what it wanted. The larger the gap, the greater the disappointment. A relationship ends. A career changes direction. A dream takes longer than expected. Someone behaves differently than hoped. And suddenly the mind begins resisting reality, not because reality is unbearable, but because it failed to match the script. This resistance quietly drains emotional energy. Many people spend years grieving lives they expected to have, not lives they actually lost, lives they imagined. The future they thought would happen, the version of themselves they expected to become. The timeline they believed life should follow. This is one of the hidden ways expectations age the mind. The mind becomes trapped between reality and imagination, unable to fully engage with what exists because it remains attached to what it expected. The Stoics taught that life is constantly changing. Nothing remains fixed. People change, circumstances change, opportunities change. Even our own desires change, yet expectations often freeze reality in place. They tell us how things should be. They create rigid pictures of the future. And when life inevitably moves in another direction, frustration appears. What makes this especially exhausting is that expectations are often invisible. People notice disappointment, but they do not notice the expectation that created it. They notice frustration, but they do not notice the mental script that reality failed to follow. The disappointment feels automatic, yet beneath it lies an assumption about how life was supposed to unfold. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself to welcome reality rather than argue with it. This does not mean passively accepting everything. It means remaining flexible enough to work with life instead of constantly fighting it. A flexible mind ages differently. It adapts, it adjusts, it learns. A rigid mind becomes exhausted because reality is always forcing it to confront unmet expectations. There is another cost that expectations create. They steal appreciation from the present. When the mind becomes attached to how things should be, it struggles to see what already is. A person spends so much time wishing for the perfect relationship that they overlook meaningful connections already present. They spend so much time chasing a future milestone that they miss the beauty of the current moment. They spend so much time comparing reality to expectations that they fail to experience reality itself. This creates a constant sense of dissatisfaction. No achievement feels sufficient. No season feels complete. No moment feels enough. Because attention remains focused on the difference between life and expectation. The Stoics offered a powerful alternative. Instead of attaching happiness to specific outcomes, they encouraged attaching happiness to virtues, wisdom, courage, patience, integrity. These qualities remain available regardless of circumstances. Unlike expectations, they do not depend on life unfolding perfectly. This creates emotional stability. A person can still pursue goals, still have dreams, still make plans, but their peace no longer depends on reality following a specific script. They remain open, flexible, responsive. Life becomes less of a contract and more of a conversation, less of a demand and more of an experience. The older many people become, the more they realize that some of the best parts of their lives were never planned. The friendships they did not expect, the opportunities they did not anticipate, the lessons they never would have chosen but desperately needed, the growth that emerged from detours, the strength that emerged from disappointment, the wisdom that emerged from uncertainty. None of these experiences matched the original script, yet many became invaluable. This is why excessive expectation quietly ages the mind. It narrows possibility, it limits perspective, it creates resistance. It turns life into a constant comparison between reality and imagination. Meanwhile, acceptance keeps the mind young. Acceptance remains curious, open, adaptable, willing to meet life as it arrives. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, reflect on the expectations you may still be carrying. The plans, the timelines, the assumptions, the stories about how life should have unfolded, because perhaps some of the weight you feel is not coming from reality itself. Perhaps it is coming from trying to force reality into a shape it was never meant to take. And sometimes peace begins when you stop demanding that life follow your script and start allowing yourself to discover the story that is already unfolding. As expectations begin to loosen their grip on the mind, another hidden habit often remains. It is a habit so deeply woven into human nature that many people practice it every day without realizing it. They keep a silent record of who hurt them, who disappointed them, who gave less than they received, and who failed to meet their standards of fairness. And over time, this invisible scoreboard becomes one of the heaviest burdens they carry. There is a reason some people remain emotionally exhausted long after a difficult event has ended. It is not because the event is still happening. It is because they are still counting sacrifices, counting disappointments, counting acts of kindness that were never returned, counting moments when life felt unfair, counting everything they gave and everything they never received. The mind becomes an accountant of pain. It creates a ledger, a record, a scoreboard, and every time a memory returns, another entry is added. The Stoics understood something that many people spend their entire lives learning. Peace becomes impossible when the mind is constantly measuring what it believes it is owed. The moment life becomes a calculation, suffering quietly follows. A friend failed you. A family member did not appreciate your efforts. A partner gave less than you gave. A colleague received recognition you believed you deserved. The mind immediately begins comparing, keeping track, recording the imbalance. At first, this feels justified. After all, fairness matters. Human beings naturally care about justice. The problem begins when the search for fairness turns into a permanent occupation, when years pass and the mind is still reviewing the same accounts, still calculating losses, still waiting for emotional debts to be repaid. Many people do not realize how much mental energy this process consumes. Every remembered injustice requires attention. Every old resentment requires maintenance. Every unresolved grievance occupies space inside the mind. The burden grows heavier, not because new pain is being added, but because old pain is being preserved. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that other people would act according to their own understanding. Some would be selfish, some would be careless, some would be unfair, some would fail to meet expectations. His goal was not to control them. His goal was to prevent their behavior from taking possession of his inner world. This is where many people struggle. They believe that letting go means saying the unfairness did not matter. But that is not what letting go means. Letting go does not erase the event. It releases your attachment to carrying it forever. The reality is that life will never balance every account. Not every sacrifice will be rewarded. Not every act of kindness will be returned. Not every betrayal will be corrected. Not every injustice will be acknowledged. If peace depends upon life perfectly balancing every score, peace remains permanently delayed. The Stoics recognized that much of our suffering comes from demanding repayment from people who may never pay. Repayment in the form of gratitude, repayment in the form of recognition, repayment in the form of apologies, repayment in the form of fairness. The mind waits and waits and waits. Meanwhile, life continues passing by. One of the strangest things about resentment is that it often hurts the person carrying it more than the person who caused it. The other person may have moved on years ago, yet the injured person continues carrying the event every day, revisiting it, rehearsing it, protecting it. The burden remains active because the score remains open. This creates a kind of emotional imprisonment. The past gains power over the present. Old experiences continue influencing current peace. The Stoics offered a radically freeing perspective. They encouraged people to focus on their own character rather than the behavior of others. Not because other people's actions do not matter, but because your character remains within your control while their behavior does not. This shifts attention away from keeping score and toward living well. A person no longer asks, "Did they give me what I deserved?" Instead, they ask, "Am I living according to my values?" The first question creates dependency. The second creates freedom. Many people spend years waiting for fairness before allowing themselves to be at peace. The Stoics understood that peace cannot be postponed until the universe settles every account. Life is simply too unpredictable for that. Some people will leave debts unpaid. Some stories will end without justice. Some sacrifices will never be fully recognized. Yet your peace does not have to remain hostage to these realities. There is enormous freedom in closing accounts that life may never close for you. Not because they were fair, not because they were right, but because your future deserves more attention than your grievances. When the scoreboard finally disappears, something remarkable happens. The mind becomes lighter, energy returns, attention returns. The constant mental calculations begin to fade. You stop measuring every interaction. You stop comparing every sacrifice. You stop carrying old balances into new relationships. You become free to experience life directly instead of through the lens of accumulated debts. And tonight, as your mind continues releasing unnecessary burdens, consider the scores you may still be keeping. The sacrifices, the disappointments, the unfair moments, the recognition that never came, the gratitude you never received. Because perhaps one of the greatest acts of freedom is deciding that your peace is worth more than maintaining the scoreboard. Sometimes healing begins not when the score is settled, but when you finally stop keeping it. As the habit of keeping score begins to fade, the mind becomes ready for something deeper. It begins to realize that many of its burdens were never necessary in the first place. The old resentments, the endless comparisons, the emotional debts, the expectations, the explanations. One by one they begin to fall away, and what remains reveals one of the greatest secrets in Stoic philosophy. A peaceful life is often not created by adding more, it is created by carrying less. Most people spend their lives believing they need to accumulate things to feel secure. More answers, more certainty, more approval, more possessions, more control, more validation, more reassurance. Yet the more they carry, the heavier life becomes. The Stoics discovered something that feels almost revolutionary in today's world. The human mind functions best when it is not overloaded. Just as a traveler can move farther with a light backpack than with an overloaded one, the mind can move through life with greater ease when it stops carrying unnecessary emotional weight. This is the essence of emotional minimalism. Not becoming cold, not becoming detached from life, not becoming indifferent, but learning to carry only what truly matters. Many people never question the emotional baggage they have collected. They carry old arguments from years ago, old insecurities, old disappointments, old fears, old labels, old assumptions about themselves. They keep adding to the load without ever asking whether these things still deserve a place in their lives. The result is predictable. The mind becomes crowded. Every new challenge feels heavier because it is being placed on top of burdens that were never released. Marcus Aurelius often practiced stripping life down to its essentials. When difficulties appeared, he would ask himself what truly mattered, not what felt urgent, not what felt dramatic, not what attracted attention, what actually mattered. This simple habit creates enormous clarity, because most mental suffering comes from treating everything as equally important. A passing criticism feels as significant as a major life decision. A temporary inconvenience feels as important as a genuine crisis. A stranger's opinion feels as valuable as personal integrity. The mind becomes overwhelmed because it lacks filters. Emotional minimalism creates those filters. It asks a simple question. Does this deserve space in my mind? Not every thought deserves attention. Not every opinion deserves consideration. Not every conflict deserves participation. Not every fear deserves belief. yet many people automatically carry them all. This is why their minds rarely experience rest. Everything is allowed inside. Everything is treated as important. Everything is carried. The Stoics encouraged a different approach: selective attention, selective concern, selective emotional investment. Not because life should be ignored, but because energy is limited. Every person wakes up with a finite amount of attention, a finite amount of emotional energy, a finite amount of mental focus. When that energy is spent on things that do not truly matter, little remains for what does. Think about how much emotional energy people spend worrying about things they cannot control. The opinions of strangers, future events, past mistakes, the behavior of other people, the judgments of society. Many of these concerns provide no meaningful return. They simply consume attention. Emotional minimalism begins when you become more intentional about where your energy goes. You stop asking what deserves your reaction and begin asking what deserves your peace. This shift changes how you experience life. Suddenly, many problems become smaller, not because they disappeared, but because you stopped feeding them with unnecessary attention. There is another beautiful aspect to emotional minimalism. It creates space. Most minds are crowded with worries, crowded with noise, crowded with unfinished thoughts, crowded with distractions. The result is that peace struggles to find room to enter. But when unnecessary burdens are removed, space appears. And in that space, something remarkable happens. Clarity emerges. Patience emerges, gratitude emerges, presence emerges. These qualities were not missing, they were simply buried beneath emotional clutter. The Stoics understood that inner peace is often less about acquiring wisdom and more about removing obstacles to wisdom. Much like a sculptor removes excess stone to reveal the statue hidden within, emotional minimalism removes what is unnecessary so that peace can naturally emerge. This process requires honesty. You must be willing to ask yourself difficult questions. What am I carrying that no longer serves me? What worry has outlived its usefulness? What resentment has become unnecessary? What fear continues occupying space without improving my life? These questions gradually reveal how much weight has been carried automatically. And once seen, much of that weight can be released, not through force, not through struggle, but through understanding. The mind stops gripping what it no longer needs. Life becomes simpler, lighter, clearer. Not because reality changed, but because your relationship to reality changed. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, reflect on what truly deserves a place within you. Not what demands attention, not what creates noise, not what generates fear, but what genuinely matters. Because one of the deepest forms of freedom is discovering that peace does not require carrying everything. It requires carrying only what is essential. And when you finally learn that lesson, the mind begins moving through life with a grace and lightness that many people spend years searching for, but never find. The secret was never adding more. The secret was learning what to put down. As you learn to carry only what truly matters, another source of unnecessary suffering becomes easier to recognize. It is one of the mind's oldest habits and one of its most convincing illusions. The habit of treating imagined futures as if they are happening right now. And for many people, this habit becomes a daily source of exhaustion. There is a strange truth about human suffering. Much of it never actually happens. The body sits safely in a room. The day is unfolding normally. Nothing dangerous is occurring. Nothing catastrophic is taking place. Yet the mind is already living through a future disaster. It is worrying about conversations that have not happened, problems that have not appeared, losses that have not occurred, failures that have not arrived. The person is physically present in one reality while mentally suffering inside another. The Stoics noticed this long before modern psychology existed. They observed that human beings often experience pain twice, first in imagination, then, if the event actually happens, in reality. The tragedy is that many of the feared events never happen at all, which means the suffering served no purpose except stealing peace from the present moment. The mind is naturally designed to anticipate. This ability helps us plan. It helps us avoid danger. It helps us prepare for challenges. But anticipation becomes suffering when possibility is mistaken for certainty. A single thought appears. What if something goes wrong? Then the mind begins building a story. What if I lose my job? What if my health declines? What if my family struggles? What if I fail? What if they reject me? What if everything falls apart? One possibility becomes another, then another, then another. Before long, the mind has created an entire future that does not exist, and emotionally, it begins living there. The remarkable thing is that the body often cannot tell the difference. The nervous system responds to imagined threats in many of the same ways it responds to real ones. Stress increases, muscles tighten, sleep becomes difficult, energy decreases. The body prepares for dangers that are nowhere to be found. This is why people can feel exhausted after spending hours worrying while doing nothing physically demanding. Their body has been responding to imagined realities all day. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to deal only with what stood directly in front of him, not because the future was unimportant, but because the future was not yet real. The present moment was real. The current choice was real. The current action was real. Everything else remained speculation. This distinction creates enormous freedom, because most people spend more time living in possibilities than realities. They are constantly trying to solve tomorrow's problems today. The difficulty is that tomorrow's problems often never arrive. Life unfolds differently. Circumstances change. Unexpected opportunities appear. Challenges resolve themselves. People surprise us, yet the emotional suffering already occurred. The mind paid a price for a future that never came. One reason imaginary futures become so powerful is that uncertainty feels uncomfortable. Human beings prefer certainty, even unpleasant certainty, over uncertainty. The mind wants answers. It wants guarantees. It wants to know exactly how everything will unfold. When those answers are unavailable, it often fills the gap with fear. It assumes the worst. It creates negative possibilities. It treats unlikely outcomes as probable outcomes. This gives the illusion of preparation, but often it is simply anxiety wearing the mask of responsibility. The Stoics encouraged a different response to uncertainty. Instead of demanding certainty, they practiced trust. Not blind optimism, not wishful thinking. Trust in their ability to respond to whatever happened. This is a completely different mindset. The anxious mind says, I must know what is coming. The Stoic mind says, whatever comes, I will meet it. The anxious mind seeks control over the future. The Stoic mind develops strength for the future. One creates fear. The other creates resilience. Many people spend years preparing for disasters they never face while neglecting the life they are actually living. They postpone joy, postpone peace, postpone gratitude, postpone contentment. They tell themselves they will relax once every uncertainty disappears. But uncertainty never disappears. Life remains unpredictable. The future remains unwritten. The search for complete certainty becomes endless. The Stoics recognized that peace does not come from knowing the future. It comes from becoming comfortable with not knowing. This requires courage, because uncertainty asks us to live without guarantees. It asks us to move forward without complete information. It asks us to trust ourselves instead of trusting predictions. Yet this courage is far lighter than the endless burden of imaginary suffering. When you stop living inside possible futures, something remarkable happens. Your attention returns. The present moment becomes visible again. The people around you become more vivid. Simple experiences become richer. Life feels less rushed, less threatened, less heavy. Not because problems disappeared, but because you stopped carrying problems that do not yet exist. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice how many futures you have already survived in your imagination. How many disasters never happened? How many fears never became reality? How many sleepless nights were spent preparing for shadows? Because one of the deepest Stoic insights is this: reality is often far kinder than the stories fear creates, and sometimes the greatest peace comes from remembering that possibilities are not realities. Tomorrow has not arrived, the future has not happened, and there is no need to suffer through it before it comes. As the fear of imaginary futures begins to lose its power, a deeper question naturally emerges. If so much suffering comes from events that never happen, and from circumstances we cannot control, then what kind of mind allows a person to remain steady through it all? The Stoics spent centuries searching for that answer, and what they discovered became one of the most powerful practices ever developed: the art of becoming harder to disturb. Not harder in the sense of becoming cold, not harder in the sense of becoming emotionless, but harder in the sense that external events lose their ability to constantly shake your inner world. There is a reason why some people seem calm even when life becomes chaotic. It is not because they have fewer problems. It is not because life has spared them difficulty. It is because they have trained their minds differently. Most people live as emotional hostages to external events. A compliment makes them feel valuable. A criticism makes them feel inadequate. Good news lifts them. Bad news crushes them. The opinions of others determine their mood. The circumstances of the day determine their peace. Their inner world rises and falls according to whatever happens around them. The Stoics saw this as a fragile way to live, because if your peace depends entirely on external conditions, then peace becomes extremely unstable. Life changes constantly. People change constantly. Circumstances change constantly. A mind that depends on stability from the outside will rarely experience stability on the inside. Marcus Aurelius ruled during wars, political betrayals, disease outbreaks, and personal losses. Yet throughout his writings, one message appears repeatedly: protect the inner fortress. The Stoics believed every person possesses an inner world that remains separate from external events. External events can influence it, but they do not have to control it. This idea is easy to hear, but difficult to practice, because the human mind naturally reacts. Something unpleasant happens. The reaction begins immediately. Anger, fear, frustration, disappointment. The emotional wave rises before we even notice it. The Stoic practice begins at this exact moment, not by suppressing emotions, but by creating space between the event and the reaction. Most people become their reactions. The Stoic learns to observe them. A criticism appears. The ordinary mind immediately defends itself. The trained mind pauses. A setback occurs. The ordinary mind immediately panics. The trained mind pauses. An unexpected problem arrives. The ordinary mind immediately assumes disaster. The trained mind pauses. That pause changes everything, because within that pause lies freedom. the freedom to choose your response instead of being controlled by your first impulse. The Stoics understood that no one can completely prevent emotional reactions. You are human. You will feel disappointment. You will feel sadness. You will feel frustration. The goal is not to eliminate emotions. The goal is to stop becoming enslaved by them. This distinction is important. Many people believe emotional strength means never feeling disturbed. The Stoics never taught that. They taught that emotional strength means recovering more quickly, remaining centered more easily, refusing to allow temporary events to permanently dominate your mind. Think of a tree during a storm. A weak tree snaps, a strong tree bends. The Stoic mind is similar. It adapts. It remains flexible. It absorbs impact without breaking. This resilience develops through daily practice, not during easy times. During ordinary moments, every small irritation becomes an opportunity. Every inconvenience becomes training. Every delay becomes practice. The person who loses their peace over minor frustrations is unlikely to remain calm during major challenges. The person who learns patience in small situations gradually develops strength for larger ones. This is why the Stoics treated daily annoyances as teachers. The traffic jam, the rude stranger, the delayed plan, the unexpected inconvenience. Each moment becomes an opportunity to strengthen inner stability. Most people view disturbances as enemies. The Stoics viewed them as training grounds, because every challenge reveals where attachment still exists. Every disturbance shows what still controls you. If a small criticism ruins your day, it reveals attachment to approval. If a minor setback destroys your peace, it reveals attachment to control. If an inconvenience creates intense anger, it reveals attachment to comfort. The disturbance becomes a teacher, not because it feels pleasant, but because it reveals what still requires attention. Over time, something remarkable begins to happen. The mind becomes less reactive, not because life becomes easier, because the mind becomes stronger. Situations that once created anxiety now create reflection. Events that once triggered panic now create curiosity. Problems that once dominated attention now become manageable. The external world continues changing, but the internal world becomes more stable. This stability creates a kind of freedom that many people spend their lives searching for. The freedom to remain yourself regardless of circumstances. The freedom to maintain clarity when others lose theirs. The freedom to preserve peace even when life becomes uncertain. Not perfect peace, not permanent peace, but a deeper peace that is not constantly dependent on external conditions. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, reflect on what still has the power to disturb you. Not with judgment, not with criticism, but with awareness, because every disturbance reveals an opportunity to strengthen the mind. Every challenge offers another chance to practice stability, and every moment of conscious response makes the inner fortress a little stronger. The world will continue changing, people will continue behaving unpredictably, life will continue bringing both comfort and difficulty. But one of the greatest gifts the Stoics ever discovered is that peace does not come from controlling the storm. It comes from becoming the kind of person who remains steady within it. As the mind becomes more stable and less disturbed by external events, another obstacle to peace often appears. It is not something happening outside of you. It is something happening inside. A habit so common that many people mistake it for wisdom. They believe it helps them improve. They believe it keeps them self-aware. Yet when taken too far, it quietly becomes a prison. The prison of constantly watching yourself. There is a difference between healthy self-awareness and excessive self-monitoring. Healthy self-awareness helps you learn. Excessive self-monitoring makes you anxious. Healthy self-awareness helps you grow. Excessive self-monitoring makes you exhausted. The Stoics valued self-reflection deeply. Marcus Aurelius regularly examined his thoughts, actions, and character, but he did not spend every waking moment analyzing himself. He understood that reflection should create clarity, not obsession. Many people unknowingly cross this line. They become observers of themselves every moment of the day. They monitor every thought, every emotion, every reaction, every social interaction, every decision, every word they speak, every expression they make. Their attention becomes trapped in constant self-evaluation. Instead of living life, they are continuously reviewing life while it is happening. This creates enormous mental fatigue. Imagine trying to walk naturally while constantly analyzing every movement of your legs. Imagine trying to have a conversation while evaluating every sentence before it leaves your mouth. Imagine trying to enjoy a sunset while worrying about whether you are appreciating it correctly. The experience becomes heavy. The natural flow disappears. What should feel effortless begins feeling exhausting. This is exactly what happens when excessive self-monitoring takes over the mind. Many people develop this habit because they are trying to avoid mistakes. They want to say the right thing, do the right thing, make the right impression, avoid embarrassment, avoid criticism, avoid failure. So they begin watching themselves constantly. The problem is that the more attention they place on monitoring themselves, the less attention remains available for actually experiencing life. Instead of being present during a conversation, they analyze themselves during the conversation. Instead of enjoying a moment, they evaluate their response to the moment. Instead of engaging with reality, they become trapped inside their own internal commentary. The Stoics understood that wisdom requires observation, but observation must eventually give way to action. A person cannot spend their entire life standing outside themselves. At some point, they must trust themselves enough to participate fully in life. Many anxious people suffer not because they lack awareness. They suffer because they have too much of the wrong kind of awareness. Their mind never stops watching, never stops evaluating, never stops correcting. They become both the performer and the critic, both the actor and the audience, and this constant internal observation creates pressure. Every social interaction becomes a test. Every decision becomes a risk. Every mistake becomes evidence against them. Over time, emotional fatigue develops, not because life is unusually difficult, but because the mind never allows itself to rest from self-evaluation. The Stoics offered a simpler approach. Focus on principles rather than constant self-analysis. Instead of asking every minute, "Am I doing this perfectly?" Ask, "Am I acting according to my values?" Instead of obsessing over every outcome, focus on the quality of your effort. Instead of constantly judging yourself, concentrate on living well. This shift creates freedom, because perfection requires endless monitoring. Character requires consistent practice. One is exhausting, the other is sustainable. There is another hidden danger in excessive self-monitoring. It creates self-consciousness. A person becomes overly aware of how they appear to others, how they sound, how they are being perceived. Their attention becomes divided. Part of them is engaged in the moment. Another part is watching themselves from the outside. This weakens genuine connection. Real connection requires presence. Presence requires attention. Attention cannot fully exist when it is constantly turned inward. The most memorable people are often not those who monitor themselves the most. They are those who become absorbed in what they are doing. They listen deeply, speak honestly, act naturally. Their attention is focused outward rather than trapped in endless self-evaluation. The Stoics understood that peace comes when we stop making ourselves the center of constant attention. Not because we are unimportant, but because life becomes richer when we engage with it directly. A flower does not grow by constantly measuring itself. A river does not flow by endlessly analyzing its movement. Life itself unfolds naturally when unnecessary interference is removed. Human beings are often no different. The more you trust your values, the less you need to constantly inspect yourself. The more you trust your character, the less you need to monitor every action. The more you accept your humanity, the less you fear making occasional mistakes. And this acceptance creates enormous relief. You stop treating every imperfection as a problem. You stop examining every emotion under a microscope. You stop turning ordinary moments into psychological investigations. The mind becomes quieter, lighter, more present. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, consider how much energy may be spent watching yourself. How much attention is consumed by self-evaluation? How many moments have been interrupted by internal commentary? Because one of the deepest forms of peace comes when you stop standing outside your life and finally step back into it. The world does not need a perfect version of you. Life does not require constant self-inspection. Sometimes wisdom is not found in analyzing yourself more. Sometimes wisdom is found in trusting yourself enough to simply live. As the habit of constantly monitoring yourself begins to fade, another burden often reveals itself beneath the surface. It is one that quietly follows many people for years. The need to explain, the need to justify, the need to make sure others fully understand who you are, what you meant, and why you did what you did. At first, this desire seems harmless. After all, who doesn't want to be understood? Who doesn't want others to see their true intentions? Who doesn't want their story told correctly? Yet this desire often becomes one of the heaviest emotional burdens a person can carry. There is a painful truth that many people spend decades resisting. Not everyone will understand you. Not everyone can. Not everyone wants to. And not everyone needs to. The mind struggles with this reality because understanding feels connected to acceptance. It tells itself that if people truly understood me, they would appreciate me. If they understood my intentions, they would forgive me. If they understood my struggles, they would stop judging me. If they understood my heart, everything would finally feel resolved. So, the mind begins working tirelessly. It explains, it clarifies, it defends, it revisits conversations. It imagines better explanations, it mentally rehearses arguments. It tries to correct misunderstandings. It spends enormous amounts of energy managing how it is perceived. The Stoics recognized the hidden danger in this habit. The moment your peace depends on being understood by everyone, your peace is no longer your own. It belongs to other people. It belongs to their opinions, their interpretations, their willingness to listen, their ability to see beyond their own assumptions. And these are things you cannot control. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that every person sees the world through their own lens, their own experiences, their own wounds, their own fears, their own expectations. This means that even when you explain yourself perfectly, people may still misunderstand you. Not because your explanation failed, but because every person interprets reality differently. Two people can hear the same words and arrive at completely different conclusions. Two people can witness the same event and tell entirely different stories about it. This is part of being human, yet many people continue fighting this reality. They spend years trying to control how they are viewed, trying to manage every perception, trying to ensure that nobody gets the wrong idea. The result is exhaustion, because there is no finish line. There is always another misunderstanding, another judgment, Another false assumption, another opinion to correct. The work never ends. The Stoics offered a different path. Instead of seeking universal understanding, seek personal integrity. Instead of focusing on how others interpret you, focus on how honestly you are living. Instead of controlling perceptions, cultivate character. This creates an extraordinary shift, because character belongs to you, perception belongs to others. Character is stable. Perception changes constantly. Character grows through your actions. Perception changes according to circumstances you cannot control. One creates peace, the other creates dependency. Many people mistakenly believe that acceptance arrives after they have successfully explained themselves. The Stoics understood the opposite. Acceptance often begins when explanation ends, when you stop trying to force understanding, when you stop chasing validation, when you stop carrying the impossible responsibility of making everyone see things your way. Something inside relaxes. A tension that has existed for years begins to soften. You realize that your worth does not increase when someone understands you, and it does not decrease when they do not. You begin freeing yourself from the endless task of correcting every misconception. This does not mean becoming silent about everything. It does not mean refusing to communicate. It does not mean abandoning healthy conversations. There are times when explanation is useful, times when communication matters, times when clarity helps. The difference is that you are no longer emotionally dependent on the outcome. You explain when necessary, then you let go. You speak your truth, then you release the result. You share your perspective, then you allow others to think what they will think. This is where freedom lives. Not in controlling understanding, but in releasing attachment to it. Many people discover that some of the most painful relationships in their lives were fueled by this struggle. They wanted to be understood by someone who was unwilling to understand. They wanted validation from someone incapable of giving it. They wanted recognition from someone too consumed by their own perspective to offer it. Years of emotional energy were spent pursuing something that was never available. The moment they stopped chasing it, healing began. Not because the relationship changed, because they changed. Their peace was no longer dependent on receiving what another person could not provide. This is one of the deepest forms of emotional maturity. Recognizing that understanding is wonderful when it happens, but peace cannot depend upon it. Some people will understand you, some will not. Some will appreciate your intentions, some will misinterpret them, some will see your heart clearly. Others will never look deeply enough, and none of this needs to determine your peace. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, reflect on how much energy has been spent trying to be understood. How many explanations have been repeated? How many misunderstandings have been carried? How many mental arguments have been fought? Because perhaps one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself is permission to stop explaining, permission to stop defending, permission to stop chasing understanding from every corner of the world. Sometimes acceptance arrives quietly, not when everyone finally understands you, but when you realize they no longer have to. And in that moment, a profound relief begins to settle over the mind. A relief that comes from finally allowing yourself to simply be who you are. As the need to be understood begins to fade, another layer of the mind slowly reveals itself. It is deeper than reputation, deeper than approval, deeper even than the stories we tell others. It is the story we tell ourselves about who we are. And sometimes, that story becomes one of the greatest sources of suffering in our lives. Most people spend years building an identity. They collect labels, experiences, achievements, beliefs, roles, memories. Gradually, they create a picture of themselves, This is who I am. This is what I believe. This is what I do. This is where I belong. At first, identity feels useful. It gives structure, direction, a sense of stability. But the problem begins when identity becomes a prison instead of a tool. The Stoics understood something that many people never fully realize. Life is constantly changing. And because life changes, we change too. Yet the mind often resists this reality. It clings tightly to old versions of itself, old definitions, old labels, old stories. And that attachment creates suffering. A person may define themselves as successful, then failure arrives. Suddenly their identity feels threatened. A person defines themselves as strong, then grief appears. Now they feel confused because their emotions do not match their self-image. A person defines themselves as intelligent. Then they make a mistake. The mistake feels unbearable because it challenges how they see themselves. Notice what is happening. The pain is not coming entirely from the event. It is coming from the collision between reality and identity. The Stoics believed that suffering often appears when we become too attached to any fixed image of ourselves. Because life refuses to keep us frozen. Life demands growth. Growth requires change. And change often requires letting go of old identities. Marcus Aurelius regularly reminded himself that he was part of a larger process, not a finished product. Not a fixed character, not a permanent identity, a process, something constantly evolving. This perspective creates freedom, because when you stop seeing yourself as a fixed identity, mistakes become less threatening, challenges become less personal, change becomes less frightening. You no longer feel the need to protect a rigid image of yourself at all costs. Many people spend enormous amounts of energy defending identities they have outgrown. The person who always needs to be right. The person who always needs to appear strong. The person who always needs to be successful. The person who always needs to be liked. The person who always needs to be independent. These identities may have once served a purpose, but eventually they become burdens, because life is too complex to fit inside a single label. Sometimes strength looks like vulnerability. Sometimes wisdom looks like admitting ignorance. Sometimes growth requires abandoning an identity that once felt important. The danger is that attachment to identity can prevent transformation. A person says, "This is just who I am," and growth stops. They stop questioning themselves, stop learning, stop adapting. They become loyal to an image rather than loyal to truth. The Stoics saw this as a subtle form of blindness, because reality is constantly teaching us new things, yet identity often refuses to listen. It wants certainty, it wants consistency, it wants permanence. Life offers none of these. Everything changes, relationships change, goals change, beliefs change, circumstances change. Even the person reading these words today is not the same person they were 10 years ago, and they will not be the same person 10 years from now. This is not a flaw. This is life itself. There is another hidden way identity creates suffering. People often attach themselves to painful stories. The abandoned one, the victim, the failure, the rejected one, the misunderstood one. Over time, these experiences become woven into self-definition. The event becomes part of identity. The person no longer says, "Something painful happened to me." They begin saying, "This is who I am." And once suffering becomes part of identity, letting go becomes difficult, because releasing the pain feels like losing part of yourself. The mind clings to the wound because the wound has become familiar. Yet healing often requires something courageous, the willingness to become larger than the story. The willingness to stop defining yourself by your hardest chapter. The willingness to let life continue unfolding. The Stoics taught that your true value does not come from labels, not from titles, not from achievements, not from roles, not from public recognition. Your value comes from how you live, how you think, how you respond, how you treat others. These qualities remain available even as identities change. This creates stability without rigidity. You can grow without losing yourself. You can evolve without fear. You can change without feeling broken. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently consider the identities you may still be carrying, the labels, the roles, the stories, the images of who you believe you must be, because perhaps some of your suffering is not coming from life itself. Perhaps it is coming from the effort required to protect an identity that no longer fits. The Stoics understood a profound truth. You are not a fixed object. You are not a permanent label. You are not the story you told yourself years ago. You are a living, changing human being. And sometimes freedom begins when you stop asking, "Who am I supposed to be?" and start allowing yourself to become who you are meant to become. As attachment to identity begins to loosen, another hidden burden often becomes visible. It is not just that we cling to who we think we are, we also cling to who we used to be. We carry old versions of ourselves long after life has asked us to move beyond them, and without realizing it, we end up dragging yesterday's self into today's life. There is a quiet kind of exhaustion that comes from carrying outdated versions of yourself. Not old possessions, not old responsibilities, old identities, old mistakes, old beliefs, old fears, old definitions. The person you were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Many people continue carrying these older versions of themselves as though they are still current. The Stoics understood that growth requires more than learning new things. It requires releasing old things, because every new season of life asks for a different version of you. Yet the mind often resists this process. It keeps returning to familiar identities: the shy child, the insecure teenager, the struggling young adult, the person who failed, the person who was rejected, the person who was hurt, the person who lost confidence. Even when life has changed, the internal story remains frozen. And so a strange conflict begins. Reality says you have grown. The mind says you are still the same person. Reality says you have learned. The mind says you are still defined by old mistakes. Reality says you have become stronger. The mind keeps showing you evidence from years ago. This conflict creates unnecessary suffering because you end up living from an outdated self-image. Imagine carrying around a map of a city that no longer exists. The roads have changed, the buildings have changed, the neighborhoods have changed, yet you continue using the old map. Eventually, confusion becomes unavoidable. This is exactly what happens when we fail to emotionally update ourselves. The external life changes. The internal map does not. The Stoics believed that wisdom requires seeing reality clearly, and one of the hardest realities to see clearly is ourselves. Many people are carrying emotional records that expired years ago. They still think of themselves as incapable because they remember a failure. They still think of themselves as weak because they remember a difficult season. They still think of themselves as unworthy because they remember a rejection. They still think of themselves as broken because they remember an old wound. The problem is not the memory. The problem is that the memory has become their current identity. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself that life is a process of constant change. Everything changes. Circumstances change. Relationships change. The body changes. The mind changes. The world changes. And yet, many people expect their self-image to remain frozen. They continue judging themselves according to versions of themselves that no longer exist. A person who lacked confidence 20 years ago still assumes they cannot handle challenges. A person who made poor decisions years ago still treats themselves as unreliable. A person who was once deeply wounded still lives as though the danger remains present. Meanwhile, life has already moved forward. Experience has already taught lessons. Strength has already been developed. Wisdom has already been gained. But the mind refuses to update the file. This is one reason personal growth feels difficult. Growth is not only about becoming something new, it is about allowing yourself to stop being something old. Many people want transformation while secretly remaining loyal to outdated identities. They want confidence but continue identifying with insecurity. They want peace but continue identifying with old pain. They want freedom but continue identifying with old limitations. The result is internal resistance. Part of them moves forward, part of them stays behind. The Stoics understood that every stage of life requires letting go, not just of possessions, not just of circumstances, but of old versions of ourselves. A child must let go of childhood. An adult must let go of youthful illusions. A wise person must let go of outdated beliefs. Growth always involves release, and release often feels uncomfortable because the familiar version of ourselves feels safe, even when it causes suffering. There is another hidden danger in carrying old versions of yourself. You begin relating to others through outdated stories. You assume people still see you the way they once did. You assume old limitations still exist. You assume old wounds still define your future. Without realizing it, you start living according to a history that is no longer accurate. This creates a subtle form of self-imprisonment. The cage is unlocked. The door is open, but the mind continues acting as though it is trapped. The Stoics encouraged continual self-examination, not to criticize yourself, but to see clearly who you have become, not who you were, who you are now. This question changes everything, because when you honestly look at your life, you often discover that you have already grown beyond many of the fears, weaknesses, and limitations you continue carrying. You are stronger than the version of yourself that first experienced the pain, wiser than the version that made the mistake, more resilient than the version that felt lost, more capable than the version that doubted. Yet many people never allow themselves to recognize this. They remain loyal to an outdated self-image long after reality has changed. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently reflect on the versions of yourself you may still be carrying, the old stories, the old labels, the old fears, the old definitions. Because perhaps part of your exhaustion comes from trying to carry people you no longer are. The person who suffered deserves compassion. The person who struggled deserves understanding. The person who made mistakes deserves forgiveness. But none of those versions of you were meant to be carried forever. Life has been trying to update you all along, and sometimes true freedom begins when you finally allow yourself to become current, to stop living from who you were and start living from who you have become. As you begin releasing old versions of yourself, a deeper lesson slowly emerges. Many people believe healing comes from fighting harder, holding on tighter, controlling more, pushing through. But the Stoics discovered something that seems almost backwards at first. The greatest recoveries often begin when the struggle ends. Not because you have given up, but because you have finally stopped fighting what cannot be changed. There is a moment in every person's life when effort stops helping. Not physical effort, not meaningful action. The effort of resistance, the effort of holding on, the effort of trying to force reality into a shape it no longer wants to take. Most people spend years believing that strength means gripping tighter, holding on to old relationships, holding on to old dreams, holding on to old identities, holding on to old expectations, holding on to old pain. The mind convinces itself that letting go is weakness. It says surrender means defeat. It says acceptance means giving up. It says release means failure. But the Stoics saw something different. They saw that much of human suffering comes not from the original wound, but from the refusal to stop struggling against it. Think about how exhausting it is to hold something heavy for a long time. At first, it feels manageable. Then your muscles tighten, your energy decreases, your body begins to ache. The suffering is no longer coming from the object itself. It is coming from the act of carrying it. Emotional burdens work the same way. A painful event happens. That part may be unavoidable, but then the mind spends years holding it, replaying it, analyzing it, resisting it, arguing with it, trying to undo it, and over time, the struggle becomes heavier than the original pain. The Stoics understood that recovery begins when we stop trying to win battles that are already over. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that reality has already happened. The event occurred, the loss occurred, the mistake occurred, the disappointment occurred, the argument occurred. No amount of resistance can reverse that fact. Yet many people continue fighting, not because they are weak, because they are afraid. Afraid that letting go means the event mattered less. Afraid that acceptance means approval. Afraid that surrender means surrendering their dignity. But true surrender is something entirely different. It is not saying what happened was right. It is not saying what happened was fair. It is not saying you enjoyed the experience. It is simply saying, I can no longer carry this fight. And that statement contains tremendous courage. Because there comes a point when holding on requires more energy than releasing. Many people never discover this because they confuse control with strength. They believe strong people control everything, control outcomes, control emotions, control circumstances, control the future. But life eventually teaches a difficult lesson. Much of what matters most cannot be controlled. People leave, bodies age, plans fail, circumstances change, loss arrives, time moves forward. No amount of determination can stop these realities. And when control finally reaches its limit, surrender becomes necessary. The Stoics viewed this not as weakness, but as wisdom. Wisdom recognizes where effort is useful. Wisdom also recognizes where effort becomes suffering. Imagine trying to stop the ocean tide with your hands. No matter how determined you are, the tide continues moving. Eventually, the intelligent response is not to fight harder. It is to step back and work with reality instead of against it. This is what emotional surrender looks like. You stop trying to force the past to change. You stop demanding guarantees from the future. You stop requiring life to match your expectations. You stop making peace dependent upon impossible conditions. And something remarkable happens. The energy that was trapped in resistance becomes available again. The mind relaxes, the body softens, the nervous system settles. Not because the problem disappeared, because the struggle ended. Many people are surprised to discover how much exhaustion was being created by resistance itself. The event may have happened years ago, yet the fight was continuing every day. The memory appeared, the resistance returned, the regret appeared, the resistance returned, the loss appeared, the resistance returned. The cycle repeated endlessly. Then one day, surrender arrives. Not dramatically, quietly, almost gently, the mind finally says, this happened. I wish it had not, but it happened, and I can no longer spend my life fighting reality. That moment often marks the beginning of genuine healing, because healing requires energy, and resistance consumes enormous amounts of it. The Stoics understood that acceptance creates room for recovery. Only when the fight ends can rebuilding begin. Only when resistance softens can wisdom enter. Only when the grip loosens can peace find space to grow. This is why surrender feels so paradoxical. From the outside, it looks like letting go. But internally, it is often the strongest thing a person can do. It requires humility, honesty, courage, trust. It asks you to release what you can no longer control and place your energy where it can actually create change. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, consider what struggle you may still be carrying. What fight has been draining your energy? What reality are you still trying to negotiate with? What burden remains heavy because you refuse to set it down? Because perhaps the next stage of healing does not require more effort. Perhaps it requires less. Perhaps the strength you have been searching for is not found in holding on. Perhaps it is found in finally letting go. And sometimes the moment you stop resisting reality is the very moment recovery truly begins. As you learn the art of psychological unclenching, another source of hidden exhaustion becomes easier to recognize. It is not always the events of life that drain us. Often it is the endless debates happening inside our own minds. Arguments with the past, arguments with the future, arguments with other people, arguments with reality itself. And many of these arguments have no winner. Yet the mind keeps returning to them. There are conversations that happen out loud, and then there are conversations that never leave your head. The second kind often causes far more suffering. Most people spend a surprising amount of their lives engaged in internal arguments. They replay old disagreements. They mentally defend themselves. They imagine future confrontations. They build perfect responses to things that happened years ago. They argue with people who are not even present, sometimes with people who are no longer alive. The body sits quietly in a room, but inside, a courtroom is operating without interruption. The Stoics understood that one of the greatest drains on mental energy is the attempt to win unwinnable debates. The mind keeps returning because it believes victory is possible. It believes that if it thinks hard enough, argues long enough, or analyzes deeply enough, it will finally achieve resolution. But many internal arguments are designed to continue forever. Consider an old regret. One part of the mind says, "You should have done better." Another part says, "You did the best you could." Back and forth, again and again, year after year, no conclusion is reached. The debate simply continues. Or consider an old betrayal. One part of the mind says, "You should forgive." Another says, "You cannot forgive what happened." The argument repeats endlessly. Energy is consumed. Peace is delayed. Nothing changes. The Stoics noticed something profound. Many internal arguments continue because we are asking questions that have no final answer. Questions like, why did this happen to me? What if I had done something differently? What should they have done? What would life look like if things had gone another way? The mind treats these questions as solvable, but often they are not. They are speculative, open-ended, unanswerable, and because they cannot be resolved, they continue generating mental activity indefinitely. Marcus Aurelius developed a simple habit. When a thought appeared, he asked whether it was useful, not whether it was interesting, not whether it was emotionally compelling, whether it was useful. This question has enormous power, because many internal arguments survive only because we never challenge their value. A thought appears, we automatically engage with it. A memory appears, we automatically follow it. A debate begins, we automatically participate. The Stoics learned to interrupt this process. They recognized that not every invitation deserves acceptance. Just because the mind offers an argument does not mean you must enter it. Just because a thought appears does not mean it deserves your attention. Just because a debate begins does not mean it must continue. This is where freedom begins. Not by winning every argument, by refusing to participate in unnecessary ones. Imagine someone knocking on your door every day, trying to start the same conversation. The first time, you engage. The second time, perhaps you engage again. But eventually you realize nothing new is happening. No progress is being made. No resolution is being reached. The conversation is simply repeating itself. At some point, wisdom stops answering the door. This is exactly how many internal arguments operate. The mind keeps presenting the same issue, the same worry, the same grievance, the same fear, the same hypothetical scenario, and each time you engage as though it is new, yet the outcome never changes. The Stoics understood that peace often comes not from solving every mental problem, but from recognizing which problems are not actually solvable. Some questions must be accepted rather than answered. Some events must be released rather than analyzed. Some uncertainties must be tolerated rather than resolved. This requires humility, because the mind loves certainty. It wants closure. It wants perfect understanding. It wants complete resolution. Life rarely provides these things. The wise person learns to live comfortably without them. There is another reason internal arguments become exhausting. They create the illusion of movement without actual progress. The mind feels busy, productive, engaged, yet nothing is changing. Hours pass, days pass, years pass. The same debate remains active. The same conclusions appear. The same emotional patterns repeat. The Stoics recognized this trap. They understood that endless thinking is not the same as wisdom. In fact, some of the wisest decisions involve stopping thought rather than continuing it, stopping the argument, stopping the analysis, stopping the endless search for certainty, allowing the mind to rest. This is not avoidance, it is discernment. It is recognizing that some mental battles cost more than they are worth. The energy spent fighting them exceeds any possible benefit. And so, the Stoic quietly walks away, not because they are defeated, because they are free. They understand that peace is more valuable than victory in an argument that never ends. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice the debates still happening within you. The conversations that never conclude, the questions that never resolve, the arguments that continue repeating themselves, because perhaps the reason they persist is not that they require an answer. Perhaps they persist because you continue giving them attention. Sometimes the greatest wisdom is not finding the perfect response. Sometimes it is recognizing that the argument itself no longer deserves your participation. And in that moment, something extraordinary happens. The debate ends, not because you won, not because you lost, but because you finally chose peace over the need to keep arguing. As the habit of ending unwinnable internal arguments begins to develop, another important truth starts to reveal itself. Many of the thoughts that seem intelligent are not actually seeking wisdom. Many of the questions that seem thoughtful are not actually seeking answers. Beneath the endless analysis, beneath the constant mental activity, there is often something much simpler. Fear, quiet, persistent, unseen. Fear rarely introduces itself honestly. It rarely says, "I am afraid." Instead, it disguises itself as thinking, planning, analyzing, preparing, problem-solving. The mind becomes busy, and because it feels productive, we assume something useful is happening. But often, overthinking is not an attempt to find solutions. It is an attempt to avoid uncertainty. There is a reason some thoughts repeat endlessly. If overthinking truly created answers, most people would find peace quickly. A problem would appear. The mind would analyze it. A solution would emerge. The thinking would end. But that is not what usually happens. The same thoughts return. The same worries repeat. The same possibilities are examined over and over again. This happens because the mind is not actually looking for solutions. It is looking for safety. And it believes that more thinking will somehow provide it. The Stoics understood this tendency well. They recognized that excessive thinking often comes from an unwillingness to face uncertainty. The mind says, if I think long enough, I will eliminate risk. If I analyze enough, I will prevent mistakes. If I examine every possibility, I will avoid pain. But life does not work that way. No amount of thinking can remove all uncertainty. No amount of analysis can guarantee perfect outcomes. No amount of preparation can eliminate every risk. Yet the fearful mind keeps trying, because thinking feels safer than not knowing. Consider how often people overthink decisions, not because they lack information, but because they fear making the wrong choice. They examine every angle, every possibility, every outcome. Days pass, weeks pass. Sometimes years pass. The decision remains unmade. The problem was never lack of intelligence. The problem was fear disguised as analysis. The Stoics taught that wisdom is not the absence of uncertainty. Wisdom is the ability to act despite uncertainty. This distinction changes everything. Because overthinking often creates the illusion that certainty is just one more thought away. The mind says, keep analyzing, keep reviewing, keep preparing. The answer is almost here, yet the answer never arrives. Because the real issue was never information. The real issue was emotional discomfort. The discomfort of not knowing. The discomfort of risk. The discomfort of possibility. Fear finds analysis attractive because analysis creates the feeling of control. When you are thinking, it feels as though you are doing something. It feels productive. It feels responsible. But sometimes it is simply avoidance in a more sophisticated form. Instead of facing uncertainty, the mind studies it. Instead of accepting risk, the mind analyzes it. Instead of moving forward, the mind circles around the same questions. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that action belongs to the present moment. Thinking has value. Reflection has value. Preparation has value. But eventually a person must step beyond thought and into life. Many people remain trapped because they confuse movement of the mind with movement of life. The mind races, the thoughts multiply, the analysis deepens. Yet nothing changes externally. Days are consumed by mental activity, while real progress remains untouched. This is one of the hidden costs of overthinking. It steals energy without creating results. The Stoics encouraged something radically different. When enough information exists, act. When a decision must be made, decide. When uncertainty remains, accept it. This sounds simple, but it requires courage. Because courage is not certainty. Courage is action without certainty. Fear says, wait until you know everything. Wisdom says, you never will. Fear says, think about it one more time. Wisdom says, you have already thought about it enough. Fear says, what if something goes wrong? Wisdom says, then you will deal with it when it arrives. The fearful mind seeks guarantees. The Stoic mind develops resilience. One tries to control the future. The other prepares itself for whatever future arrives. This is why resilience creates more peace than certainty ever could. Certainty is fragile because life constantly changes. Resilience is stable because it travels with you. There is another reason fear hides behind overthinking. Thinking creates distance from emotion. A person may overanalyze a relationship instead of feeling grief. They may endlessly study a decision instead of facing fear. They may dissect every detail of a situation instead of acknowledging vulnerability. The mind becomes busy because busyness feels safer than feeling. Yet, emotional healing requires honesty. Sometimes the question beneath overthinking is very simple. Not, what is the perfect answer? But, what am I afraid of? That question often reveals more than hours of analysis. Because beneath excessive thinking, there is usually a fear waiting to be acknowledged. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of uncertainty, fear of loss, fear of making the wrong choice. Once the fear is seen clearly, the overthinking often begins losing its power. The mind no longer needs endless analysis because the true issue has been identified. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice the thoughts that keep repeating, the questions that never seem to end, the analyses that never reach conclusions, because perhaps they are not signs that you need more answers. Perhaps they are signs that a fear is asking to be seen. The Stoics understood something profound. The mind becomes quieter, not when every uncertainty disappears, but when courage becomes stronger than the fear beneath it. And sometimes the first step beyond overthinking is not finding another answer. It is finally acknowledging what you were afraid to face all along. As the hidden fear beneath overthinking begins to reveal itself, another habit of the mind becomes easier to recognize. It is a habit that disguises itself as wisdom, responsibility, and preparation. Yet beneath all of those appearances lies a simple desire. The desire to know what comes next. The desire to predict. The desire to remove uncertainty before it arrives. And for many people, this desire quietly becomes a lifelong source of anxiety. Human beings naturally seek certainty. We want to know how things will turn out. We want guarantees. We want clear answers. We want assurance that everything will be okay. The mind feels uncomfortable when the future remains unwritten. It wants to fill in the blanks. It wants to create forecasts. It wants to know where every road leads before taking a single step. At first, this seems reasonable. After all, planning has value. Preparation has value. Foresight has value. The problem begins when preparation turns into a constant attempt to predict life itself. The mind starts demanding answers that reality cannot provide. Will this relationship last? Will this decision work out? Will I succeed? Will I fail? Will things get better? Will something go wrong? The questions multiply endlessly, and because no complete answers exist, anxiety quietly grows. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from demanding certainty from a world that cannot offer it. Life is unpredictable by nature. People change, circumstances shift, unexpected opportunities appear, unexpected losses arrive. No amount of intelligence can fully predict what tomorrow will bring, yet many people spend enormous amounts of energy trying. The mind becomes obsessed with forecasting. It scans constantly, looking for clues, looking for guarantees, looking for signs, anything that might provide certainty. But certainty remains just out of reach. This creates a painful cycle. The more uncertain a person feels, the more they seek certainty. The more they seek certainty, the more they notice how impossible it is to find. The more impossible it feels, the more anxious they become. Soon the mind is trapped in a permanent search for answers that do not exist. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that the future belongs to forces beyond his control. Not because he was passive, not because he lacked ambition, but because he understood a fundamental truth. You can influence the future. You cannot possess it. You can prepare for tomorrow. You cannot guarantee tomorrow. This distinction creates enormous freedom, because many people spend their lives trying to achieve something no human being has ever achieved. Complete certainty, the perfect prediction, the guaranteed outcome, the risk-free path. The future refuses to cooperate. Life remains uncertain, no matter how much analysis is performed, no matter how much preparation occurs, no matter how much worrying takes place. And this is where the Stoics discovered something profound. Safety does not come from certainty. It comes from trust. Not trust that life will always go according to plan. Not trust that nothing difficult will ever happen. Trust in yourself. Trust in your ability to adapt. Trust in your ability to learn. Trust in your ability to respond. Most people search for safety in predictions. The Stoics searched for safety in character. Predictions can fail. Character remains. Forecasts can be wrong. Wisdom remains. Plans can collapse. Resilience remains. This creates a completely different relationship with uncertainty. Instead of demanding guarantees, you begin developing confidence in your ability to handle whatever arrives. The anxious mind asks, "What if something bad happens?" The Stoic mind asks, "If something happens, can I meet it with courage?" One question creates fear, the other creates strength. This shift changes how life feels. You stop treating uncertainty as a threat. You begin treating it as a natural part of existence. After all, uncertainty has always been present. When you were a child, the future was uncertain. When you entered adulthood, the future was uncertain. Every important chapter of your life unfolded without guarantees, yet somehow you navigated it. Not perfectly, not without mistakes, but successfully enough to arrive here. Many people underestimate how adaptable they already are. They assume they need certainty because they have forgotten their own resilience. They forget how many unexpected situations they have already survived, how many challenges they have already overcome, how many difficult seasons they have already endured. Life has been quietly proving their strength for years. Yet the mind continues searching for guarantees. The Stoics gently redirected attention away from controlling outcomes, toward strengthening character, away from predicting life, toward participating in life, away from certainty, toward wisdom. Because wisdom does not require knowing the future. Wisdom requires being ready for it. There is tremendous peace in reaching this understanding. The pressure begins to lift. The constant need for answers begins to soften. The endless forecasting begins to slow. You stop demanding certainty from a future that cannot provide it. And instead, you begin cultivating trust in the person who will meet that future when it arrives. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, reflect on how much energy has been spent trying to predict what comes next. How many hours have been invested in forecasting possibilities? How many worries have been created by unanswered questions? Because perhaps safety was never hiding inside certainty. Perhaps it was hiding inside your ability to face uncertainty all along. The future will remain unwritten. Life will remain unpredictable. Tomorrow will continue carrying mysteries. And that is perfectly okay. Because true peace is not found in knowing everything that will happen. It is found in trusting yourself enough to meet whatever does. As the grip of perfection begins to loosen, another habit of the mind quietly comes into view. It is a habit so common that most people mistake it for normal thinking. They rarely notice how much of their lives are spent somewhere other than where they actually are. The body remains in the present, but the mind travels backward, forward, backward again, forward once more, and somewhere along the way, the present moment is forgotten. Few people realize how little time they actually spend in the moment they are living. The mind is constantly traveling through time. It revisits old conversations, old mistakes, old victories, old regrets. Then, without warning, it jumps forward, future problems, future fears, future plans, future uncertainties. The present becomes nothing more than a waiting room between two destinations. The Stoics understood that this habit creates enormous suffering, not because the past is bad, not because the future is bad, but because neither one can be lived right now. Yet many people spend most of their emotional energy in places they cannot touch. A memory appears, the mind follows it. A worry appears, the mind follows that too. Hours pass. The body remains here. The attention remains elsewhere. This is what can be called emotional time travel. And for many people, it becomes a way of life. The past pulls them backward. The future pulls them forward. Very little attention remains for the present. The strange thing is that both journeys often create the same result. Exhaustion. The past creates regret. The future creates anxiety. The present is where peace lives. Yet the present receives the least attention. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly brought himself back to the current moment, not because the future was unimportant, not because the past had no lessons, but because he understood something simple and profound. The present is the only place where life actually happens. The past exists as memory. The future exists as possibility. Only this moment exists as reality. Yet many people live as though reality exists somewhere else. They tell themselves, "I will be at peace once I understand the past. I will be at peace once I control the future." And so they continue traveling, looking backward, looking forward, rarely stopping long enough to notice that peace has been waiting here all along. There is a hidden cost to emotional time travel. Every journey away from the present removes attention from life itself. A beautiful conversation happens, but part of the mind is reviewing yesterday. A peaceful morning arrives, but part of the mind is rehearsing tomorrow. A meaningful opportunity appears, but part of the mind remains trapped inside an old memory. Life continues unfolding, yet awareness remains elsewhere. This creates a feeling that many people struggle to describe. A feeling of being disconnected. Disconnected from joy. Disconnected from peace. Disconnected from the richness of ordinary moments. The reason is often simple. The mind is rarely where the body is. The Stoics believed that much of human suffering comes from abandoning the present moment. Not intentionally, habitually. The mind develops routines. Certain memories become familiar destinations. Certain worries become familiar destinations. The attention automatically travels there, again and again. Soon the journeys become automatic. A quiet moment appears. The mind immediately leaves. A period of stillness arrives. The mind immediately fills it with past or future. The person never experiences true presence because presence feels unfamiliar. Yet presence is where emotional recovery begins, because the present moment contains something that the past and future cannot offer. Reality, not imagined reality, not remembered reality, actual reality. And reality is often far gentler than the stories the mind creates. In this moment, many of the feared futures are not happening. In this moment, many of the painful memories are not occurring. In this moment, life is often much simpler than the mind suggests. The Stoics practiced returning to this awareness repeatedly, not once, not occasionally, repeatedly, every time the mind wandered unnecessarily, every time it became lost in regret, Every time it became trapped in anticipation, they brought it back to what was here, back to what was real, back to what could actually be influenced. This is not about ignoring the past. The past contains lessons. This is not about ignoring the future. The future deserves preparation. The problem begins when preparation becomes residence. When memory becomes residence, when the mind stops visiting and starts living there. There is tremendous freedom in recognizing this distinction. You can learn from the past without living inside it. You can prepare for the future without living inside it. You can acknowledge both while remaining rooted in the present. And that is where the deepest peace is found. Not in solving every memory, not in predicting every possibility, but in returning home to the only moment that truly belongs to you. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice where your attention likes to travel. The old chapters, the future scenarios, the familiar destinations of thought. Notice them without judgment. Then softly return. Return to this breath, this moment, this experience. Because perhaps the greatest freedom is not found in revisiting the past or controlling the future. Perhaps it is found in finally coming back to where life has been waiting for you all along. Right here, right now. As you begin returning your attention to the present moment, another hidden source of mental exhaustion becomes easier to see. It is one of the mind's most common habits, yet few people recognize how much suffering it creates. The habit of living tomorrow's problems before they arrive. The body remains here, but the mind has already moved ahead, already worrying, already preparing, already suffering, and in doing so, it creates stress from events that do not yet exist. Many people wake up carrying burdens that belong to tomorrow. Before the day has even begun, the mind is already imagining future difficulties, the meeting that has not happened, the conversation that has not occurred, the challenge that has not arrived, the possibility that may never become reality. The mind begins experiencing discomfort in advance. It starts carrying emotional weight before there is any actual weight to carry. This is what the Stoics understood so clearly. A large portion of human stress is borrowed from the future. It is suffering taken out on credit, pain paid in advance, worry invested in possibilities, and often the future never delivers the problem that the mind spent so much energy preparing for. Think about how many times you have worried intensely about something that eventually worked out. How many sleepless nights were spent anticipating a disaster that never came. How many hours were devoted to rehearsing a future discomfort that remained entirely imaginary. The stress was real, the suffering was real, the exhaustion was real, but the event itself never arrived. This is one of the strangest habits of the human mind. It can create genuine emotional pain from imagined futures. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus only on the burden directly in front of him. Not tomorrow's burden, not next month's burden, not next year's burden. Today's burden. Because the human mind was never designed to carry every possible future at once. Yet many people attempt exactly that. They carry today's responsibilities, tomorrow's worries, next week's concerns, next month's uncertainties. Future possibilities stack on top of one another until the mind becomes overwhelmed. Then they wonder why they feel exhausted. The exhaustion is not always coming from life. Often it is coming from carrying multiple futures simultaneously. Imagine being asked to carry every suitcase for an entire journey before the trip even begins. Most people would immediately recognize how unreasonable that would be. Yet, emotionally, many people do exactly this. They carry future problems long before they are required to. The Stoics saw this as unnecessary suffering, not because challenges are unimportant, but because challenges should be faced when they arrive, not repeatedly before they arrive. There is a hidden assumption beneath most stress. The assumption that worrying now will somehow reduce suffering later. The mind believes it is helping. It says, if I worry enough, I will be prepared. If I think about this constantly, I will avoid mistakes. If I suffer now, perhaps I will suffer less later. But this rarely happens. More often, the person simply suffers twice. Once in imagination, and once in reality, if the event actually occurs. Seneca recognized this thousands of years ago when he observed that people suffer more from imagination than from reality. The future becomes a source of endless mental taxation. Energy is spent, attention is consumed, peace is sacrificed, all in service of events that have not happened. The tragedy is that this borrowed stress often steals the very resources that would help a person face future challenges effectively. Worry drains clarity. Stress drains energy. Anxiety drains resilience. The person arrives at tomorrow already exhausted from carrying it yesterday. The Stoics practiced something radically different. They trusted themselves to meet challenges when those challenges arrived. Not because they expected life to be easy, but because they understood their own strength. This is an important distinction. Most people seek safety by predicting the future. The Stoics sought safety by developing character. Character travels with you. Wisdom travels with you. Courage travels with you. Resilience travels with you. No matter what tomorrow brings, these qualities remain available. This creates a different relationship with uncertainty. The mind no longer needs to pre-live every possible discomfort. It no longer needs to rehearse every difficulty. It no longer needs to constantly scan the horizon for danger. Instead, it develops quiet confidence. Not confidence that nothing difficult will happen. Confidence that whatever happens can be faced when it arrives. There is tremendous relief in reaching this understanding. The future stops feeling like an endless list of threats. It becomes a series of moments that have not happened yet. And when those moments arrive, you will meet them one at a time, not all at once, not months in advance. One at a time, just as you have met every challenge before them. The Stoics knew that life unfolds in manageable pieces. The mind creates overwhelm by trying to live all of those pieces simultaneously. But reality never asks that of us. Reality only asks us to live this moment. Then the next, then the next. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice how much stress may have been borrowed from tomorrow. How many future difficulties have already been lived through in imagination. How much energy has been spent carrying burdens that have not yet arrived. Because perhaps one of the greatest forms of freedom is realizing that tomorrow's discomfort does not need to be experienced today. Tomorrow will bring what it brings. And when it does, you will meet it with the wisdom, strength and resilience that have carried you this far. For now, this moment is enough. And this moment does not require you to suffer for a future that has not yet arrived. Letting life be incomplete means finally accepting that not every chapter will close neatly, not every question will receive an answer, and not every relationship, dream, or season of your life will end with perfect understanding. Much of your suffering comes from trying to force life into a finished shape before it is ready. You want explanations, you want apologies, you want certainty, you want the past to make sense before you allow yourself to move forward. But Stoic calm begins when you stop demanding that life become complete before you allow yourself to be peaceful. Some stories remain unfinished because life is not a book written for your comfort. People leave without explaining themselves. Opportunities pass without returning. Plans break in the middle. Versions of you disappear before you fully understand why they existed. And yet, none of that means your life is broken. It only means you are living inside something larger than your need for closure. There is a strange relief in saying, "This may never make complete sense, and I can still live well." That sentence releases you from the prison of waiting. You no longer have to stand at the door of the past, hoping someone comes back with the missing piece. You no longer have to keep replaying old conversations, searching for the perfect meaning. You no longer have to pause your life until every loose end is tied. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from controlling the whole story. Peace comes from controlling your response to the page you are on. You may not know why something happened. You may not know what it meant. You may not know what will happen next. But you can still choose patience. You can still choose dignity. You can still choose the next right action. Life being incomplete does not make it empty. A garden is incomplete while it is growing. The sky is incomplete before sunset. A person is incomplete while becoming wiser. You are not failing because some things are unresolved. You are simply alive, still unfolding, still learning how to stand calmly inside uncertainty. The surprising calm comes when you stop treating unfinished stories as emergencies. You let them remain unfinished without letting them rule you. You carry what taught you something, release what keeps reopening the wound, and return to the present with quieter hands. You do not need every ending to be perfect before you can be free. Sometimes freedom begins when you stop asking life to explain itself and start living the part that is still in front of you. Your mind often feels heavier than your problems because you are not only carrying what happened, you are carrying what you think it means. The event itself may be small, but the story your mind builds around it becomes enormous. One delay becomes, "My life is falling behind." One mistake becomes, "I always ruin things." One person's silence becomes, "I am unwanted." One uncertain future becomes, "Something terrible is coming." And slowly, the problem is no longer the problem. The interpretation becomes the weight. This is why two people can face the same situation and suffer very differently. One sees a setback and thinks, "This is difficult, but I can respond." Another sees the same setback and thinks, "This proves I am failing." The outside event may be similar, but the inner meaning is completely different. Stoicism teaches that pain often grows when the mind adds judgment to reality. The thing happens once, but your interpretation repeats it 100 times. A problem may ask for action, patience, or adjustment. But interpretation often asks for panic. It says, "What if this never changes? What if people judge me? What if this means I am not enough?" And because the mind believes it is protecting you, it keeps adding more layers. It rehearses danger. It predicts rejection. It searches for hidden meanings. It turns a single moment into a whole identity. That is why mental heaviness can feel confusing. You look at the actual situation and wonder why you feel so exhausted. But you are not tired only from the task, the conversation, the bill, the mistake, or the uncertainty. You are tired from the argument happening inside your head. You are tired from defending yourself against imagined outcomes. You are tired from trying to solve 10 versions of a problem that has only one real form. The Stoic practice is not to deny reality. It is to separate reality from interpretation. Reality says, "This happened." Interpretation says, "This means my life is ruined." Reality says, "Someone did not reply." Interpretation says, "They no longer care." Reality says, "I made a mistake." Interpretation says, "I am a failure." Peace begins when you learn to pause between the event and the story. Ask yourself, what is actually happening right now without the fear I am adding? This one question can make the mind lighter. It brings you back from exaggeration to observation. It helps you see the problem in its true size. You may still need to act. You may still need to repair something, decide something, or endure something, but you no longer have to suffer from the extra burden your imagination created. Most problems become more manageable when they are not wrapped in identity, shame, prediction, and fear. A hard day is not a hard life. A painful moment is not a permanent sentence. A mistake is not your entire character. A delay is not proof that you are lost. When you stop turning every difficulty into a verdict about who you are, your mind begins to breathe again. Your problems may be real, but they are rarely as heavy as the meaning your mind attaches to them. The freedom is not in pretending nothing matters. The freedom is in refusing to make everything mean more than it does. Let the problem be a problem, not a prophecy. Let the moment be a moment, not your whole identity. That is where the weight begins to fall away. As you begin returning your attention to the present moment, another hidden source of mental exhaustion becomes easier to see. It is one of the mind's most common habits, yet few people recognize how much suffering it creates. The habit of living tomorrow's problems before they arrive. The body remains here, but the mind has already moved ahead, already worrying, already preparing, already suffering. And in doing so, it creates stress from events that do not yet exist. Many people wake up carrying burdens that belong to tomorrow. Before the day has even begun, the mind is already imagining future difficulties. The meeting that has not happened, the conversation that has not occurred, the challenge that has not arrived, the possibility that may never become reality. The mind begins experiencing discomfort in advance. It starts carrying emotional weight before there is any actual weight to carry. This is what the Stoics understood so clearly. A large portion of human stress is borrowed from the future. It is suffering taken out on credit, pain paid in advance, worry invested in possibilities, and often the future never delivers the problem that the mind spent so much energy preparing for. Think about how many times you have worried intensely about something that eventually worked out. How many sleepless nights were spent anticipating a disaster that never came? How many hours were devoted to rehearsing a future discomfort that remained entirely imaginary? The stress was real. The suffering was real. The exhaustion was real, but the event itself never arrived. This is one of the strangest habits of the human mind. It can create genuine emotional pain from imagined futures. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus only on the burden directly in front of him. Not tomorrow's burden, not next month's burden, not next year's burden. Today's burden. Because the human mind was never designed to carry every possible future at once. Yet many people attempt exactly that. They carry today's responsibilities, tomorrow's worries, next week's concerns, next month's uncertainties. Future possibilities stack on top of one another until the mind becomes overwhelmed. Then they wonder why they feel exhausted. The exhaustion is not always coming from life. Often it is coming from carrying multiple futures simultaneously. Imagine being asked to carry every suitcase for an entire journey before the trip even begins. Most people would immediately recognize how unreasonable that would be. Yet emotionally, many people do exactly this. They carry future problems long before they are required to. The Stoics saw this as unnecessary suffering, not because challenges are unimportant, but because challenges should be faced when they arrive, not repeatedly before they arrive. There is a hidden assumption beneath most stress, the assumption that worrying now will somehow reduce suffering later. The mind believes it is helping. It says, if I worry enough, I will be prepared. If I think about this constantly, I will avoid mistakes. If I suffer now, perhaps I will suffer less later. But this rarely happens. More often, the person simply suffers twice, once in imagination, and once in reality if the event actually occurs. Seneca recognized this thousands of years ago when he observed that people suffer more from imagination than from reality. The future becomes a source of endless mental taxation. Energy is spent, attention is consumed, peace is sacrificed, all in service of events that have not happened. The tragedy is that this borrowed stress often steals the very resources that would help a person face future challenges effectively. Worry drains clarity, stress drains energy, anxiety drains resilience. The person arrives at tomorrow already exhausted from carrying it yesterday. The Stoics practiced something radically different. They trusted themselves to meet challenges when those challenges arrived, not because they expected life to be easy, but because they understood their own strength. This is an important distinction. Most people seek safety by predicting the future. The Stoics sought safety by developing character. Character travels with you. Wisdom travels with you. Courage travels with you. Resilience travels with you. No matter what tomorrow brings, these qualities remain available. This creates a different relationship with uncertainty. The mind no longer needs to pre-live every possible discomfort. It no longer needs to rehearse every difficulty. It no longer needs to constantly scan the horizon for danger. Instead, it develops quiet confidence. Not confidence that nothing difficult will happen. Confidence that whatever happens can be faced when it arrives. There is tremendous relief in reaching this understanding. The future stops feeling like an endless list of threats. It becomes a series of moments that have not happened yet. And when those moments arrive, you will meet them one at a time. Not all at once, not months in advance. One at a time, just as you have met every challenge before them. The Stoics knew that life unfolds in manageable pieces. The mind creates overwhelm by trying to live all of those pieces simultaneously. But reality never asks that of us. Reality only asks us to live this moment, then the next, then the next. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice how much stress may have been borrowed from tomorrow. How many future difficulties have already been lived through in imagination? How much energy has been spent carrying burdens that have not yet arrived? Because perhaps one of the greatest forms of freedom is realizing that tomorrow's discomfort does not need to be experienced today. Tomorrow will bring what it brings, and when it does, you will meet it with the wisdom, strength, and resilience that have carried you this far. For now, this moment is enough. And this moment does not require you to suffer for a future that has not yet arrived. As you continue releasing the burdens that have accumulated inside the mind, another truth slowly becomes visible. Many people believe they are tired because life is demanding. They believe they are exhausted because there is simply too much to do. But often, the deeper problem is not the amount of life they are carrying. It is the amount of mental noise surrounding it. A crowded mind can make even a simple day feel overwhelming. A spacious mind can make even a difficult day feel manageable. And this is one of the great discoveries of Stoic wisdom. Most people live inside a mind that never stops talking. One thought leads to another. One worry leads to 5 more. One problem creates 10 possible scenarios. The mind jumps between the past and the future so quickly that it rarely settles anywhere long enough to experience peace. The result is not just mental activity. The result is mental crowding. Imagine walking into a room filled wall to wall with furniture. There is barely space to move. Every step requires effort. Every movement feels restricted. Eventually, the room itself begins creating stress. The mind works the same way. When it becomes crowded with unfinished thoughts, worries, expectations, fears, and endless analysis, clarity becomes difficult. You are no longer thinking. You are navigating congestion. The Stoics understood that peace requires space, not empty space, psychological space. Room to think clearly, room to breathe, room to respond instead of react, room to separate what matters from what merely demands attention. Marcus Aurelius was responsible for an empire. His responsibilities would overwhelm most people. Yet throughout his writings, he continually returned to simplicity. He stripped situations down to their essentials. He removed unnecessary mental complications. He refused to let every thought occupy equal importance. This is what many modern minds fail to do. Everything feels urgent. Everything feels significant. Everything demands attention. The email, the memory, the worry, the possibility, the mistake, the opinion, the uncertainty. Soon, the mind becomes like a crowded marketplace where every voice is shouting at once. No wonder so many people feel exhausted. The exhaustion often comes less from reality and more from mental congestion. One of the hidden causes of mental crowding is the belief that every thought deserves attention. A thought appears, the mind follows it. Another appears. The mind follows that too. Soon attention is being pulled in dozens of directions simultaneously. The Stoics recognized that wisdom is not just knowing what to focus on. Wisdom is knowing what to ignore. This is a skill rarely taught. Most people learn how to gather information. Few learn how to release it. Most people learn how to think. Few learn how to stop thinking when thinking is no longer useful. As a result, the mind becomes a storage room for everything. Every criticism, every worry, every possibility, every unfinished concern, nothing gets removed. Everything stays. Eventually the space becomes overcrowded. And when the mind becomes crowded, perspective disappears. Small problems feel enormous. Temporary issues feel permanent. Minor uncertainties feel threatening. The Stoics practiced stepping back, not because the problems disappeared, because distance creates clarity. When you step back from a crowded painting, the picture becomes visible. When you step back from a crowded mind, reality becomes visible. You begin noticing that many thoughts are not actually important. Many worries are not actually urgent. Many fears are not actually useful. They are simply taking up space. This realization is incredibly freeing, because peace does not always require solving every problem. Sometimes it requires carrying fewer mental objects. There is another reason spaciousness matters. Creativity requires it. Wisdom requires it. Insight requires it. A mind packed with constant noise leaves little room for understanding. This is why some of life's clearest moments arrive during quiet walks, peaceful mornings, or moments of stillness. The answers were not created during those moments. The noise simply became quiet enough for them to be heard. The Stoics valued solitude and reflection because they understood this principle. The mind needs room. Not every moment should be filled. Not every silence should be interrupted. Not every uncertainty should be immediately solved. Sometimes spaciousness itself is the solution. Many people spend years searching for peace by adding something new, a new strategy, a new solution, a new answer. But often peace arrives through subtraction. One less worry, one less argument, one less obsession, one less unnecessary thought. Little by little, space begins returning, and when space returns, something remarkable happens. The nervous system relaxes, the breath deepens, the mind slows down. The present moment becomes visible again. You stop feeling trapped inside your thoughts. You start observing them instead. This is one of the greatest gifts Stoicism offers, the understanding that you do not have to carry every thought. You do not have to entertain every worry. You do not have to respond to every mental invitation. You can allow thoughts to come and go without giving them permanent residence. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, consider what may be crowding your inner world. The unnecessary worries, the repetitive thoughts, the endless mental noise, the concerns that have occupied space for far too long. Because peace often arrives quietly, not when everything is solved, not when every question is answered, but when enough space exists for the mind to finally rest. And sometimes the greatest act of wisdom is not adding another thought. It is creating enough room to hear the silence between them. As the mind becomes more spacious and less crowded, another hidden source of suffering begins to reveal itself. It often disguises itself as ambition, as discipline, as personal growth. It appears noble on the surface, which is why so few people question it. But beneath it lies a quiet exhaustion, the exhaustion of constantly trying to fix yourself. There is nothing wrong with growth. The Stoics valued growth deeply. They believed in becoming wiser, calmer, stronger, and more virtuous. But they also understood a danger that many modern people never see. Growth becomes suffering when it turns into a belief that you are never enough as you are. Many people wake up every day feeling like a project that still needs repair. There is always another flaw to fix, another weakness to eliminate, another habit to improve, another goal to achieve, another version of themselves to become. The finish line keeps moving, and because it keeps moving, satisfaction never arrives. The mind quietly adopts a painful assumption. It says, "I will finally be at peace when I become better, when I am more disciplined, more successful, more confident, more productive, more attractive, more accomplished. Then I will be enough." But the problem is that enough never comes. The moment one goal is reached, another appears. The moment one flaw is improved, attention moves to the next. The moment one achievement is accomplished, a larger achievement becomes necessary. Life becomes an endless cycle of self-correction. The Stoics recognized that this creates a dangerous relationship with oneself, because every improvement is built upon dissatisfaction. The person never learns how to appreciate themselves in the present. They only know how to evaluate themselves against an imagined future version. As a result, they spend their entire lives chasing themselves. Many people have become experts at noticing what is wrong with them. They can identify weaknesses instantly, point out imperfections immediately, highlight shortcomings effortlessly, yet they rarely pause long enough to recognize how much they have already grown. The mind becomes so focused on what remains unfinished that it forgets everything that has already been built. Marcus Aurelius practiced self-reflection, but not self-obsession. This distinction is crucial. Self-reflection asks, "How can I live more wisely?" Self-obsession asks, "What is wrong with me now?" One creates growth, the other creates dissatisfaction. Many people believe that constant self-criticism is necessary for improvement. The Stoics disagreed. They understood that growth can emerge from awareness without requiring self-rejection. You can improve without hating yourself. You can learn without constantly criticizing yourself. You can evolve without treating yourself as a problem. This is one of the most liberating realizations a person can have, because endless fixing often creates endless dissatisfaction. The mind becomes trapped in a permanent state of becoming, always becoming, never being, always chasing, never arriving, always improving, never appreciating. The future version of yourself becomes more important than the person you are today. And that creates a subtle form of suffering, because life is happening now, not in the future, not in the perfected version of yourself, not in the next achievement, not in the next milestone. now. Yet many people postpone peace until some future transformation occurs. The Stoics would ask a simple question. What if peace is not waiting at the end of improvement? What if peace is what makes healthy improvement possible? This changes everything, because now growth is no longer driven by self-rejection. It is driven by self-respect. You improve because you value yourself, not because you believe you are broken. You learn because you are curious, not because you are inadequate. You grow because growth is part of life, not because you are desperately trying to become worthy. There is another hidden cost to constant self-improvement. It keeps the mind focused inward. Every thought becomes about optimization. Every experience becomes an opportunity for evaluation. Every mistake becomes evidence of what still needs work. Eventually, the person stops living life and starts managing themselves. The Stoics understood that a meaningful life requires participation, connection, service, presence, contribution, not endless self-analysis. At some point, wisdom stops asking how to perfect yourself and starts asking how to live well. This creates enormous relief. Because perfection is impossible, but living well is possible right now, in this moment, exactly as you are. The goal is not to stop growing. The goal is to stop believing that growth is a prerequisite for peace. The goal is not to abandon improvement. The goal is to abandon the belief that you must constantly fix yourself before you deserve acceptance. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice how much energy may have been spent trying to improve every part of yourself. How often you have treated yourself as a project. How often you have delayed contentment until some future version appears. Because perhaps the deepest freedom is realizing that you do not need to earn your right to exist peacefully. You do not need to become perfect before you deserve rest. You do not need to fix everything before you allow yourself acceptance. The Stoics understood something profoundly healing. You can work on yourself while still being kind to yourself. You can grow while still appreciating who you are. You can evolve without constantly judging where you currently stand. And sometimes the greatest step forward is finally putting down the endless task of fixing yourself and simply allowing yourself to be human. As the burden of constant self-improvement begins to loosen, another subtle form of pressure becomes easier to notice. Many people are not only trying to become better, they are trying to become better faster. They live with a constant sense that they are behind in life, behind in success, behind in healing, behind in growth. And without realizing it, they spend years rushing through moments that never ask to be rushed. The body may be sitting still, but the mind is running toward the next task, the next achievement, the next solution, the next version of life, the next version of itself. This invisible hurry creates a kind of exhaustion that sleep cannot fix. Because the problem is not physical speed, the problem is psychological speed. The Stoics understood something that feels increasingly rare in the modern world. A person can live an active life without having a rushed mind. A person can handle responsibilities without being internally frantic. A person can move through life efficiently without constantly feeling chased by it. This is the practice of becoming internally unhurried. Most people believe hurry comes from circumstances, too much work, too many obligations, too many responsibilities. But if that were completely true, every busy person would be anxious, and every person with fewer responsibilities would be peaceful. Reality shows otherwise. Some people remain calm while carrying enormous responsibilities. Others feel overwhelmed by relatively small demands. The difference often lies in the relationship they have with time. The hurried mind treats every moment as a means to another moment. It is always moving ahead, always reaching, always anticipating. Even while completing one task, it is already worrying about the next. Even while resting, it feels guilty about productivity. Even while succeeding, it is thinking about what remains unfinished. As a result, the present moment is never enough. The mind is constantly elsewhere. Marcus Aurelius frequently returned himself to the task immediately in front of him. Not tomorrow's task, not next week's challenge, the task directly before him. He understood that most overwhelm comes from mentally carrying multiple futures at once. The mind says, I must solve this, and this, and this, and this. Everything becomes urgent. Everything demands immediate attention. Soon the nervous system begins operating as though life is one continuous emergency. But most moments are not emergencies. The mind simply treats them as such. This is where Stoic wisdom becomes powerful. The Stoics practiced narrowing attention. Instead of carrying the entire future, they carried the present responsibility. Instead of rushing mentally toward every possible outcome, they focused on the next right action. This creates a remarkable shift. The work may remain the same, the responsibilities may remain the same, but the experience changes completely. The mind no longer feels scattered across multiple timelines. It returns to what is here, what is real, what can actually be done. There is another hidden reason people become internally hurried. They believe their value depends on constant progress. They feel uncomfortable when nothing is being accomplished, uncomfortable when life slows down, uncomfortable when there is space. So the mind creates movement. If external movement is unavailable, internal movement begins. More thinking, more worrying, more planning, more mental activity, anything to avoid stillness. But the Stoics understood that stillness is not laziness. Stillness is often where wisdom becomes visible. A lake cannot reflect clearly when constantly disturbed. The mind cannot perceive clearly when constantly rushing. Many people are moving so quickly mentally that they never truly experience their lives. The meal is eaten while thinking about work. The conversation happens while thinking about tomorrow. The walk happens while thinking about yesterday. The vacation happens while thinking about returning. Life passes. Attention remains elsewhere. The Stoic practice of becoming internally unhurried is really the practice of returning. Returning again and again to the moment being lived. Not because the future does not matter, but because the future cannot be lived right now. There is tremendous peace in realizing that not everything needs to happen immediately. Not every problem requires an instant solution. Not every goal must be reached today. Not every uncertainty must be resolved now. The hurried mind treats life like a race. The Stoic mind treats life like a journey. One is always trying to arrive. The other learns how to travel. This difference changes everything, because there will always be another goal, another task, another responsibility, another challenge. If peace depends on reaching the end, peace remains forever delayed. The Stoics chose something different. They learned how to remain steady while moving, focused while active, calm while productive, present while progressing. This is the paradox. You do not need to slow life down. Life will continue moving at its own pace. What changes is the pace of the mind. The internal pressure begins dissolving. The constant urgency begins softening. The need to race through existence begins fading. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice where hurry may still live inside you. The pressure to get there faster. The pressure to heal faster. The pressure to achieve faster. The pressure to become someone else more quickly. Because perhaps life has never been asking you to rush. Perhaps it has only been asking you to be present. The Stoics understood a profound truth. A peaceful mind is not a mind with fewer responsibilities. It is a mind that has stopped running ahead of its own life. And sometimes the deepest form of freedom is learning how to move through the world without feeling chased by it. As the mind learns to become internally unhurried, another important truth begins to emerge. Many people believe their exhaustion comes from a lack of sleep. They assume that if they could simply get more hours in bed, everything would feel better. Sometimes that is true, but often something deeper is happening. The body may be resting, yet the mind never truly stops working, and that creates a different kind of fatigue. A fatigue that sleep alone cannot cure. There are people who sleep 8 hours and wake up exhausted. And there are people who sleep less but wake up feeling mentally clear. The difference is not always physical rest. The difference is often psychological rest. The Stoics understood that the mind can become tired in ways that have nothing to do with the body. A person can spend an entire day sitting quietly and still feel completely drained. No heavy lifting, no intense physical labor, no extraordinary effort, yet by evening they feel exhausted. What happened? The answer is often invisible. The mind was working the entire time, managing worries, replaying conversations, predicting problems, analyzing decisions, carrying emotional burdens, defending identities, maintaining internal arguments, preparing for futures that never arrived. The body was resting. The mind was not. Many people have never truly experienced mental rest. They have experienced distraction, entertainment, escapism, temporary relief. But genuine mental rest is something different. Mental rest occurs when the mind stops carrying unnecessary weight, when it stops solving problems that do not exist, when it stops fighting reality, when it stops defending itself, when it stops trying to control everything. This kind of rest is rare because most people carry their minds the way someone might carry a heavy backpack. They wake up with it, walk through the day with it, fall asleep with it, wake up again with it. Years pass, the backpack remains. Eventually they become so accustomed to the weight that they forget what lightness feels like. The Stoics recognized that exhaustion often comes from resistance, the effort of mentally pushing against reality. A difficult situation happens. The mind says this should not be happening. A disappointment occurs. The mind refuses to accept it. A mistake is made. The mind punishes itself endlessly. An uncertainty appears. The mind demands certainty. Every act of resistance consumes energy. Little by little, psychological exhaustion develops. Not because life is impossible, because the mind is constantly fighting what already exists. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly returned to acceptance for this reason. Acceptance conserves energy. Resistance consumes it. Acceptance allows the mind to settle. Resistance keeps it active. This does not mean passivity. It means refusing to waste energy fighting realities that cannot be changed. There is another hidden source of psychological exhaustion: unfinished emotional processing. Many people carry emotions they have never fully acknowledged: grief, disappointment, fear, anger, regret. The emotions remain beneath the surface, yet they continue demanding energy. Like applications running in the background of a computer, they consume resources even when they are not visible. The person may not consciously think about them, yet the mind remains occupied. This is why emotional honesty is so important. What is acknowledged can begin to heal. What is avoided often continues draining energy. The Stoics encouraged people to face reality directly, not because reality is always comfortable, because avoidance is usually more exhausting. Avoidance creates tension. Honesty creates release. Many people also confuse stimulation with recovery. They feel tired, so they seek more entertainment, more information, more distractions, more activity. But stimulation is not rest. The mind may be occupied differently, yet it remains occupied. True mental rest often requires the opposite: quiet, stillness, reflection, presence, space. This is why some of the most restful moments in life involve doing very little: sitting quietly, walking slowly, watching nature, listening without rushing, breathing without solving. The nervous system begins recovering because the mind is no longer carrying so much. The Stoics valued these moments deeply. They understood that a mind constantly filled with noise cannot easily recover. Just as a muscle requires periods of recovery after exertion, the mind requires periods of spaciousness after effort. Without recovery, fatigue accumulates. Without spaciousness, clarity fades. Without rest, wisdom becomes difficult to access. Many people spend years trying to solve their exhaustion through productivity systems, schedules, and techniques. Sometimes the solution is much simpler. They need less mental weight, less resistance, less worry, less self-judgment, less internal conflict, less carrying. The mind becomes lighter not because life becomes perfect, because unnecessary burdens begin falling away, and when they do, something remarkable happens. Energy returns, not forced energy. Natural energy. The energy that appears when the mind is no longer spending its resources fighting itself. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently consider what may be exhausting you beneath the surface. Not the obvious demands, the hidden ones, the worries, the resistance, the unfinished emotional burdens, the constant mental activity, because perhaps what you need is not simply more sleep. Perhaps what you need is more release. The Stoics understood a profound truth. A rested body is important, but a rested mind is transformative. And sometimes the deepest recovery begins not when you close your eyes, but when you finally put down what you were never meant to carry for so long. As the mind learns to become internally unhurried, another important truth begins to emerge. Many people believe their exhaustion comes from a lack of sleep. They assume that if they could simply get more hours in bed, everything would feel better. Sometimes that is true, but often something deeper is happening. The body may be resting, yet the mind never truly stops working. And that creates a different kind of fatigue, a fatigue that sleep alone cannot cure. There are people who sleep 8 hours and wake up exhausted, and there are people who sleep less but wake up feeling mentally clear. The difference is not always physical rest. The difference is often psychological rest. The Stoics understood that the mind can become tired in ways that have nothing to do with the body. A person can spend an entire day sitting quietly and still feel completely drained. No heavy lifting, no intense physical labor, no extraordinary effort. Yet by evening, they feel exhausted. What happened? The answer is often invisible. The mind was working the entire time, managing worries, replaying conversations, predicting problems, analyzing decisions, carrying emotional burdens, defending identities, maintaining internal arguments, preparing for futures that never arrived. The body was resting, the mind was not. Many people have never truly experienced mental rest. They have experienced distraction, entertainment, escapism, temporary relief. But genuine mental rest is something different. Mental rest occurs when the mind stops carrying unnecessary weight, when it stops solving problems that do not exist, when it stops fighting reality, when it stops defending itself, when it stops trying to control everything. This kind of rest is rare because most people carry their minds the way someone might carry a heavy backpack. They wake up with it. Walk through the day with it, fall asleep with it, wake up again with it. Years pass. The backpack remains. Eventually they become so accustomed to the weight that they forget what lightness feels like. The Stoics recognize that exhaustion often comes from resistance, the effort of mentally pushing against reality. A difficult situation happens. The mind says this should not be happening. A disappointment occurs. The mind refuses to accept it. A mistake is made. The mind punishes itself endlessly. An uncertainty appears. The mind demands certainty. Every act of resistance consumes energy. Little by little, psychological exhaustion develops, not because life is impossible, because the mind is constantly fighting what already exists. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly returned to acceptance for this reason. Acceptance conserves energy. Resistance consumes it. Acceptance allows the mind to settle. Resistance keeps it active. This does not mean passivity. It means refusing to waste energy fighting realities that cannot be changed. There is another hidden source of psychological exhaustion: unfinished emotional processing. Many people carry emotions they have never fully acknowledged: grief, disappointment, fear, anger, regret. The emotions remain beneath the surface, yet they continue demanding energy. Like applications running in the background of a computer, they consume resources even when they are not visible. The person may not consciously think about them, yet the mind remains occupied. This is why emotional honesty is so important. What is acknowledged can begin to heal. What is avoided often continues draining energy. The Stoics encourage people to face reality directly, not because reality is always comfortable, because avoidance is usually more exhausting. Avoidance creates tension. Honesty creates release. Many people also confuse stimulation with recovery. They feel tired, so they seek more entertainment, more information, more distractions, more activity. But stimulation is not rest. The mind may be occupied differently, yet it remains occupied. True mental rest often requires the opposite: quiet, stillness, reflection, presence, space. This is why some of the most restful moments in life involve doing very little: sitting quietly, walking slowly, watching nature, listening without rushing, breathing without solving. The nervous system begins recovering because the mind is no longer carrying so much. The Stoics valued these moments deeply. They understood that a mind constantly filled with noise cannot easily recover. Just as a muscle requires periods of recovery after exertion, the mind requires periods of spaciousness after effort. Without recovery, fatigue accumulates. Without spaciousness, clarity fades. Without rest, wisdom becomes difficult to access. Many people spend years trying to solve their exhaustion through productivity systems, schedules, and techniques. Sometimes the solution is much simpler. They need less mental weight, less resistance, less worry, less self-judgment, less internal conflict, less carrying. The mind becomes lighter not because life becomes perfect, because unnecessary burdens begin falling away. And when they do, something remarkable happens. Energy returns. Not forced energy, natural energy. The energy that appears when the mind is no longer spending its resources fighting itself. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently consider what may be exhausting you beneath the surface. Not the obvious demands, the hidden ones, the worries, the resistance, the unfinished emotional burdens, the constant mental activity, because perhaps what you need is not simply more sleep. Perhaps what you need is more release. The Stoics understood a profound truth. A rested body is important, but a rested mind is transformative. And sometimes the deepest recovery begins not when you close your eyes, but when you finally put down what you were never meant to carry for so long. As the burden of emotional armor begins to soften, something remarkable starts to happen. The mind becomes less defensive, less suspicious, less focused on protecting itself from every possible disappointment. And in that newly opened space, an important question emerges. Can you trust reality again? Not trust that life will always be easy. Not trust that nothing painful will ever happen. But trust reality itself. Trust what is true. Trust what is happening. Trust life enough to stop fighting it. Many people spend years at war with reality without realizing it. Reality says one thing. Their expectations say another. Reality changes. Their expectations refuse to change. Reality moves forward. Their expectations remain attached to an older version of events. This conflict creates enormous suffering. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes exhausted when it constantly argues with what already exists. A relationship ends. Reality says it is over. The mind says it should not be. A plan falls apart. Reality says circumstances changed. The mind says it was supposed to work. A person changes. Reality says they are different now. The mind says they should be who they used to be. Again and again, the conflict repeats. Not between people, not between circumstances, between expectation and truth always wins. Not because truth is cruel, because truth is reality itself. The more we resist it, the more exhausted we become. Many people secretly believe that accepting reality means approving of everything that happens. The Stoics knew this was not true. Acceptance is not agreement. Acceptance is recognition. It is seeing clearly. A storm can be accepted without being enjoyed. A loss can be accepted without being welcomed. A disappointment can be accepted without being celebrated. Acceptance simply means seeing what is there instead of insisting on what should be there. This creates tremendous relief, because the mind no longer spends energy maintaining an impossible argument. Marcus Aurelius practiced this constantly. He trained himself to see reality directly, not through wishes, not through fears, not through expectations, directly. This sounds simple, but it is one of the hardest skills a person can develop. Most people do not experience reality itself. They experience reality filtered through expectations. They compare every event to how they believed it should unfold. When reality matches expectations, they feel peace. When reality differs, they feel resistance. As a result, their emotional state depends entirely on whether life follows their script. The problem is that life rarely follows anyone's script. Life improvises, life surprises, life changes direction. Life creates outcomes nobody anticipated. This unpredictability is not a flaw, it is part of being alive. The Stoics learned that peace comes not from forcing reality to match expectations. Peace comes from adjusting expectations to match reality. This requires humility, because expectations often carry a hidden message. The message says, "I know how life should unfold." Reality repeatedly teaches otherwise. No one knows exactly how life should unfold. No one sees the entire picture. No one understands every cause and effect. The future remains mysterious. The larger story remains hidden. This is why so many events that initially appear negative later reveal unexpected value. A rejection creates a better opportunity. A loss teaches a necessary lesson. A failure redirects a life. A difficult season builds unexpected strength. Reality often understands something that expectations cannot see. Many people struggle because they trust their expectations more than they trust reality. They assume that if life is not matching their plans, something must be wrong. Yet some of the most meaningful chapters of life begin exactly where expectations end. The Stoics understood this deeply. They learned to work with reality instead of constantly trying to replace it. This created a profound sense of stability, because reality may be unpredictable, but resistance is exhausting. The person who trusts reality does not need to control every outcome. They do not need guarantees. They do not need life to unfold perfectly. They meet each moment as it arrives, not because they know exactly where it is leading, because they trust their ability to walk through it. There is another beautiful aspect of trusting reality. It restores presence. When the war between expectation and truth ends, attention returns to what is actually happening. The mind stops comparing, stops resisting, stops negotiating. It begins participating. Life feels more vivid, more immediate, more real, not because circumstances changed, because the mind stopped arguing with them. This is one of the deepest forms of freedom available to any human being. The freedom to stop demanding that reality become something else before allowing yourself peace. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice where expectations may still be fighting truth. The plans that did not unfold as expected, the people who did not become who you hoped, the outcomes that took different paths, the realities you still struggle to accept. Because perhaps the exhaustion is not coming from reality itself. Perhaps it is coming from the battle against it. The Stoics understood a powerful truth. Reality is not the enemy. Reality is the ground beneath your feet. And sometimes healing begins when you stop trying to escape what is true and finally learn to trust it. Not because it is always easy, not because it is always pleasant, but because peace becomes possible the moment the war between expectation and truth finally comes to an end. As the burden of emotional armor begins to soften, something remarkable starts to happen. The mind becomes less defensive, less suspicious, less focused on protecting itself from every possible disappointment. And in that newly opened space, an important question emerges. Can you trust reality again? Not trust that life will always be easy. Not trust that nothing painful will ever happen. But trust reality itself. Trust what is true. Trust what is happening. Trust life enough to stop fighting it. Many people spend years at war with reality without realizing it. Reality says one thing. Their expectations say another. Reality changes. Their expectations refuse to change. Reality moves forward. Their expectations remain attached to an older version of events. This conflict creates enormous suffering. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes exhausted when it constantly argues with what already exists. A relationship ends. Reality says it is over. The mind says it should not be. A plan falls apart. Reality says circumstances changed. The mind says it was supposed to work. A person changes. Reality says they are different now. The mind says they should be who they used to be. Again and again, the conflict repeats, not between people, not between circumstances, between expectation and truth always wins. Not because truth is cruel, because truth is reality itself. The more we resist it, the more exhausted we become. Many people secretly believe that accepting reality means approving of everything that happens. The Stoics knew this was not true. Acceptance is not agreement. Acceptance is recognition. It is seeing clearly. A storm can be accepted without being enjoyed. A loss can be accepted without being welcomed. A disappointment can be accepted without being celebrated. Acceptance simply means seeing what is there instead of insisting on what should be there. This creates tremendous relief because the mind no longer spends energy maintaining an impossible argument. Marcus Aurelius practiced this constantly. He trained himself to see reality directly, not through wishes, not through fears, not through expectations, directly. This sounds simple, but it is one of the hardest skills a person can develop. Most people do not experience reality itself. They experience reality filtered through expectations. They compare every event to how they believed it should unfold. When reality matches expectations, they feel peace. When reality differs, they feel resistance. As a result, their emotional state depends entirely on whether life follows their script. The problem is that life rarely follows anyone's script. Life improvises. Life surprises. Life changes direction. Life creates outcomes nobody anticipated. This unpredictability is not a flaw. It is part of being alive. The Stoics learned that peace comes not from forcing reality to match expectations. Peace comes from adjusting expectations to match reality. This requires humility, because expectations often carry a hidden message. The message says, "I know how life should unfold." Reality repeatedly teaches otherwise. No one knows exactly how life should unfold. No one sees the entire picture. No one understands every cause and effect. The future remains mysterious. The larger story remains hidden. This is why so many events that initially appear negative later reveal unexpected value. A rejection creates a better opportunity. A loss teaches a necessary lesson. A failure redirects a life. A difficult season builds unexpected strength. Reality often understands something that expectations cannot see. Many people struggle because they trust their expectations more than they trust reality. They assume that if life is not matching their plans, something must be wrong. Yet some of the most meaningful chapters of life begin exactly where expectations end. The Stoics understood this deeply. They learned to work with reality instead of constantly trying to replace it. This created a profound sense of stability, because reality may be unpredictable, but resistance is exhausting. The person who trusts reality does not need to control every outcome. They do not need guarantees. They do not need life to unfold perfectly. They meet each moment as it arrives, not because they know exactly where it is leading, because they trust their ability to walk through it. There is another beautiful aspect of trusting reality. It restores presence. When the war between expectation and truth ends, attention returns to what is actually happening. The mind stops comparing, stops resisting, stops negotiating. It begins participating. Life feels more vivid, more immediate, more real. Not because circumstances changed, because the mind stopped arguing with them. This is one of the deepest forms of freedom available to any human being. The freedom to stop demanding that reality becomes something else before allowing yourself peace. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice where expectations may still be fighting truth. The plans that did not unfold as expected, the people who did not become who you hoped, the outcomes that took different paths, the realities you still struggle to accept, because perhaps the exhaustion is not coming from reality itself. Perhaps it is coming from the battle against it. The Stoics understood a powerful truth. Reality is not the enemy. Reality is the ground beneath your feet. And sometimes healing begins when you stop trying to escape what is true and finally learn to trust it. Not because it is always easy, not because it is always pleasant, but because peace becomes possible the moment the war between expectation and truth finally comes to an end. As you begin trusting reality more deeply, another burden starts to loosen its grip on the mind. It is one of the oldest burdens human beings carry: the need to know, the need to understand, the need to have every question answered before allowing themselves peace. Yet the Stoics discovered something remarkable. Peace does not come from having all the answers. Peace comes from no longer needing them. There is a quiet exhaustion that comes from trying to solve every mystery in life. Why did this happen? Why did they leave? Why did things unfold this way? What does the future hold? What if I make the wrong choice? What if I never understand? The mind becomes trapped in an endless search. It keeps digging, searching, analyzing, questioning, believing that somewhere, just beyond its current understanding, lies the answer that will finally bring relief. But often, relief never arrives, because the problem was never the lack of answers. The problem was the inability to live without them. The Stoics understood that uncertainty is woven into the fabric of existence. No person has complete knowledge. No person sees the entire picture. No person fully understands how every event, every relationship, every loss and every opportunity fits into the larger story of life. Yet many people spend years demanding certainty from a reality that cannot provide it. The mind says, I can relax once I understand. I can move forward once I know. I can be at peace once all the questions are answered. But life rarely works that way. Many of the most important questions remain partially unanswered. Some people leave without explaining themselves. Some losses never make complete sense. Some opportunities disappear without revealing why. Some chapters end without closure. And still life continues. Marcus Aurelius recognized that much of human suffering comes from demanding clarity, where clarity does not exist. The mind wants certainty because certainty feels safe. It wants explanations because explanations create order. It wants complete understanding because understanding reduces discomfort. But reality often refuses these demands. The future remains unknown. Other people's motives remain uncertain. Many outcomes remain unpredictable. The Stoics did not fight this reality. They learned to live within it. This is what made them so resilient. Most people believe uncertainty is the enemy. The Stoics saw uncertainty as part of life itself, something unavoidable, something natural, something that did not need to be conquered before peace could begin. Think about how much energy is consumed searching for answers that may never come. Questions revisited for years. Conversations replayed endlessly. Events analyzed from every angle. The mind continues searching because it believes certainty is just one more thought away. Yet often the answer never appears. The search simply continues. This is where wisdom begins to differ from endless analysis. Wisdom recognizes when a question has become a burden. Wisdom recognizes when further searching no longer creates understanding. Wisdom knows when it is time to stop digging, not because the question is unimportant, because life is too precious to spend forever waiting for certainty. There is tremendous freedom in admitting, I do not know. Many people fear those words. They associate them with weakness. The Stoics associated them with honesty, because reality contains mysteries. The future contains mysteries. Other people contain mysteries. Life itself contains mysteries. The attempt to eliminate every uncertainty creates endless tension. The acceptance of uncertainty creates spaciousness. Suddenly, the mind no longer needs to carry every unanswered question. It no longer needs to solve every puzzle. It no longer needs to understand every event before moving forward. This creates a profound shift. The person stops demanding certainty from life and starts trusting themselves within uncertainty. This distinction is everything. The anxious mind seeks answers. The Stoic mind develops stability. The anxious mind says, I need to know what will happen. The Stoic mind says, "I will meet whatever happens." The anxious mind seeks guarantees. The Stoic mind builds resilience. One remains dependent on certainty. The other becomes comfortable without it. There is another hidden gift inside uncertainty. It keeps us humble. The moment we believe we fully understand life, we stop learning. The moment we believe we have every answer, curiosity disappears. The Stoics remained open because they accepted how much remained unknown. This openness allowed them to continue growing, continue learning, continue adapting, without needing reality to become completely predictable. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice the questions you are still carrying, the answers you are still chasing, the uncertainties you are still trying to eliminate. Because perhaps peace is not hiding inside the answer. Perhaps it is hiding inside your willingness to stop demanding one. The Stoics understood a profound truth. Life becomes much lighter when you stop treating uncertainty as a problem that must be solved. Some questions will remain unanswered. Some mysteries will remain mysteries. Some roads will reveal themselves only by walking them. And that is enough. Because peace does not require complete understanding. It requires the courage to live gracefully without it. As you begin accepting that not every question requires an answer, another beautiful truth starts to emerge. Much of the suffering people experience does not come from life itself. It comes from the complexity they create around life. The event happens. Then the mind adds layers, interpretations, assumptions, predictions, fears, stories. What began as a simple reality becomes a tangled web of mental complications, and somewhere inside all that complexity, peace gets lost. The Stoics understood that a peaceful life is often a simple life internally. Not necessarily simple circumstances, not necessarily simple responsibilities, but simple thinking, simple responses, simple relationships with reality. Many people have complicated their inner world so thoroughly that even small problems become overwhelming. A criticism arrives. The mind creates a story. The story creates fear. The fear creates assumptions. The assumptions create anxiety. Soon the person is suffering not from the criticism itself, but from dozens of mental layers built around it. The original event was small. The psychological complexity made it heavy. This happens constantly. A delay becomes a disaster. A mistake becomes a personal failure. A disagreement becomes a threat to identity. An uncertainty becomes a crisis. The mind keeps adding layers until reality becomes difficult to recognize. Marcus Aurelius practiced reducing experiences to their simplest form. When something disturbed him, he would strip away the stories surrounding it. He would ask, "What actually happened? Not what I fear happened, not what I imagine happened. What actually happened?" This simple question removes enormous amounts of suffering. Because much of emotional pain lives inside interpretation rather than reality. Reality is often straightforward. The mind is what complicates it. A person did not return a message. That is reality. The mind creates 10 explanations. Now anxiety appears. A plan changed. That is reality. The mind creates a story about failure, loss, and catastrophe. Now stress appears. The Stoics constantly returned themselves to simplicity. Not because life was simple, because simplicity creates clarity, and clarity creates peace. Many people carry emotional complexity everywhere they go. They maintain detailed records of old grievances, analyze every interaction, question every motive, predict every possible outcome, monitor every emotional shift. Life becomes mentally exhausting because nothing is allowed to remain simple. Everything becomes complicated. Everything becomes significant. Everything becomes a puzzle requiring endless attention. The result is chronic mental fatigue. The Stoics recognized that wisdom often means removing unnecessary complexity, not adding more. This applies to emotions as well. A feeling arises. Most people immediately begin analyzing it. Why do I feel this? What does this mean? What if it gets worse? What caused it? How long will it last? Soon the feeling becomes larger because of the attention surrounding it. The Stoics encouraged observation instead. A feeling is present. Notice it, allow it, learn from it. But do not necessarily build an entire identity around it. This creates emotional simplicity. The feeling remains temporary. It does not become a permanent mental project. There is another reason simplicity creates peace. Simple minds make decisions more easily. Complex minds become trapped in endless analysis. The person weighs every possibility, examines every risk, studies every outcome. The decision becomes heavier than it needs to be. The Stoics often returned to a simple question. What is the wise thing to do right now? Not next year. Not in every possible future. Right now. This question reduces noise. It brings attention back to what matters, back to what is actionable, back to what is real. Emotional simplicity also changes how we view other people. Many people spend years trying to understand every motive, every behavior, every inconsistency. The Stoics understood that people are often complicated enough without adding extra stories. Sometimes a person was rude. Sometimes a person was confused. Sometimes a person was hurting. Not every behavior requires endless analysis. Not every interaction requires complete understanding. This realization creates enormous relief. You stop carrying other people's complexities inside your own mind. You stop turning every experience into a mystery. You stop making life heavier than it already is. The mind begins breathing again. One of the greatest gifts of emotional simplicity is that it restores presence. Complexity pulls attention into endless thinking. Simplicity returns attention to living, to this conversation, this breath, this moment, this reality. The mind no longer feels trapped inside itself. It begins participating in life again. And tonight, as your mind continues becoming lighter, gently notice where complexity may be creating unnecessary weight. The stories, the assumptions, the endless interpretations, the mental layers surrounding simple realities, because perhaps peace is not waiting inside a more complicated explanation. Perhaps peace is waiting inside simplicity. The Stoics understood something profoundly calming. Life becomes lighter when you stop turning every experience into a problem that needs solving. Some things can simply be what they are. Some moments can simply be lived. Some emotions can simply be felt. Some questions can simply remain unanswered. And sometimes extraordinary peace arrives when the mind stops adding complexity and finally allows life to be simple again.